Hey guys. Okay, so as a lot of you know, I'm actually in Sofia, Bulgaria right now, and I had an idea to do something a little different. Now, this is sports related, but what we're going to talk about today is sports and its origins. So we are at the National Museum of Archaeology in Bulgaria. Bulgaria is a very small country now, but it was not centuries ago, okay? Bulgaria is often mentioned as the crossroads of civilization. And the reason that is because of its geographical location. And why Bulgaria is so important geographically is because it's in the southeastern part of Europe. To the east is still a gateway, which we call the gateway to the Middle East. And despite it being in Europe, it's only just a small sea away to the south to ancient Egypt. So you can imagine that for thousands of years, this place has seen a lot of history. We're talking King Richard crossing to the Crusades. You know, he went through here. This country has seen probably just about anything you can imagine. But what I want to start talking about first is the Thracians. You guys ever seen 300? Well, there was another group like that here in Bulgaria, and they were called Thracians. If you think back to Ajax from the Trojan War, he was Thracian. Or if you think about Spartacus, he's probably the most famous Thracian warrior. But Spartacus, the one who led the revolt against the Roman Empire, the slave uprising, Thracian, Bulgarian. So, and you can still see that Bulgarian, Thracian type physique and manner today. It's still in their DNA. We want to start as early as ancient Greece. Because during the Trojan War, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Troy with Brad Pitt, but there were a lot of Thracians used in that war because they were some of the best warriors around. The thing is that they weren't loyal to really anybody. So they would they were warriors for hire. And so they could be seen fighting with Agamemnon and the Greeks, or they could be seen defending Troy. But the point is that this was a time where war started to introduce people into sport, the crossing of the two. Because when there's not war, men, soldiers, people like this, they have no other trade. If you didn't have a trade or trade craft and that you were a soldier and you had no war going on, what are you supposed to do, right? So sports became kind of an idea. Of course, you guys know the Olympics started in ancient Greece, and we're very close to a lot of the first places that these were in. But did you know that football has been around since Rome? Would you believe me if I told you that? Okay, well, I say football. It's a little different. This kind of football. All right, now you ready for this? This is crazy. Believe it or not, it was called association football. So I know it's referred to sometimes as soccer. So it was once called that. But what would happen is that the entire city would be involved. So different cities had different rules, okay? But here in Serdica, and then when it became Sofia, when it was part of the Roman Empire, they played a game that was unique to this area. What would happen is that every citizen would be there. Every citizen would be involved. They'd take a ball. The idea would be for the game master would start the game from one border of the city. The ball cannot touch the ground. The ball has to reach the other end of the city. Okay? Think about this. So think about hot potato or something like that, you know? But with every citizen involved, we're talking men, women, children, everyone. And you're thinking, well, where's the sport in that? Well, first of all, the sport is not letting it hit the ground and making it across the city. But Bulgarians, they made it a little more interesting because they thought the Roman version was too easy. So the Bulgarians had something called instigators. These people, it was their job to mess it up. So it was their job to mess things up. So they would come in and cause kind of like unfocused, You couldn't, now these instigators, they couldn't touch anybody. That would be cheating, because it's easy. If you just see someone going for the ball and then you knock them over and then they drop it, okay? But they would say things and yell things to kind of get your attention and make it much more difficult. And that's how they did it. But this was a sport that is basically the start of almost every team sport that we have now. So I'd say it's the earliest version of football. Soccer. Think about soccer. Now, in this game, you can't kick the ball, but you can do something like a hacky sack. So you can hit it like that. Okay? So you can hit it. You can bounce it off your head. Sound familiar? And we all know that our football comes from a version of soccer and rugby. So, the original NFL. But everybody played, not just men. Pretty cool, huh? But come on, I want to show you some more stuff. Now, after these people started doing things like this, and like I said, peacetime made it difficult for a warrior or a man who was a soldier to keep in shape and keep his edge. They created gladiators and things like that, and chariot races and things of that nature. But what you might not know is that these people were treated like celebrities. Okay? So, I know y'all have all seen the movie Gladiator, right? And in that movie, a lot of them are slaves, and they end up trying to win their freedom, right? That definitely went on, okay? But then you had men who were charioteers, so chariot racers. Like, have you ever seen the movie Ben-Hur? So in Ben-Hur, he is a chariot racer. Well, who is the guy he's going against? He's a Roman tribune. These weren't just all slaves and stuff like that. These people were skilled. Now, it is true that if a slave did well, eventually he could possibly win his freedom. Mm-hmm. Okay? But if you did well, you would be treated with good food, women, you'd get a lot of attention, things like that. Now, today we glorify our athletes more than any time in human history. But it doesn't mean that we invented it, because we didn't. Look at that. This is more like the Dark Ages, what we know as the Dark Ages. So, with the Dark Ages came a lot of loss. So we lost a lot of technology, a lot of things that the Romans had created. But, one thing we didn't lose, sports. Even in the Dark Ages, they had competition. Jousting, all kinds of competition, all kinds of different things. Later on, like at the time of King Henry VIII, they had golf, they had tennis. In fact, I've seen in person the first tennis court ever made. Eventually, that spread all the way across Europe, and with the Renaissance, it finally made it to Bulgaria, but it took a while, because Bulgaria didn't get to experience a Renaissance like Western Europe did due to the occupation of the Ottoman Empire. But it still did eventually get there. In fact, we can go even earlier. There are games that the Egyptians had played and Persians, but I'm not very familiar with them. And they never reached Bulgaria. So you've got the Roman Empire, the fall of the Roman Empire. Then you've got the Renaissance, or the Dark Ages, then a Renaissance. No matter what was one thing that people always kept? Sports.
Not even
never left. No matter what. No matter how bad things got, sports remained. You gotta have it, And that's why right now we need sports back. Because sports, it's entertainment, it gets our competition going, it's a good release, it's an outlet for us. It's just something that we naturally have to have because we like competition. We like to, as people, we like to push the boundaries and see what we can accomplish and achieve. And sports really does that. You know, right now we have the best athletes, best conditioned humans of all time. So sports is only just getting even more intense. Imagine a football player today versus a football player from 30 years ago and put them side by side. Take LeBron James's physique. Match LeBron James with the guy from 1970 on the basketball court. There's no comparison, okay? I mean, it's just completely different. That's how fast it's evolved. So, and speaking of sports, if you did well, guess what else you got? Money. Check this out. I would not want to be hit with that. You want to see some armor? Guys, the original Stanley Cup, the first Lombardi Trophy. Okay, I'm just kidding. But doesn't it, actually it looks like what you win at Wimbledon. You know how they raise the Wimbledon trophy there? Does it not? Can anyone guess how he died? Can you take a guess on how he died? My guess is a hammer to the forehead. Okay? That sucks. Would he be entered into concussion protocol in an NFL game? You think? I think so. Check this out. This right here would never have been worn by a simple infantryman, a simple soldier. This was worn by a king or a general, a high-ranking general, or somebody who's actually probably not going to end up within the violence, although they did a lot of times, but with the gold crossing on there. This would be the equivalent of if Bill Belichick wore gold over his head instead of a hoodie. Kind of like that. Okay, let's see what we got here. Now, guys, what I want to point out is that, remember when I showed you that helmet earlier with the big hole in it? Imagine that going into your head through that helmet. A more modern version of this, but still, you get the idea. And what this makes me think of is, as we evolve, okay, so civilizations, we get technology, we build better things. You have a choice. You can build something as a tool or a weapon. And we've always done that, right? So what was invented as a tool, like that axe, was originally invented most likely, of course, for chopping wood, whatever they need it for. But once they have that, now they can make the decision, do I want this to be a weapon? So at the same time, now a tool becomes a weapon, or a weapon becomes a tool. It's always been that way. Even now, we have the same thing. So we have nuclear weapons, right? Well, those same nuclear weapons can also get us to space. So at the same moment that we're sending a rocket into space, which is supposed to be a glorious moment for humanity, is also the same concept that can destroy it. And the point I'm getting at is that we've not changed. So we share a lot more in common with these people than you could ever imagine. And we just found more inventive and more, honestly, better ways to do it. Yeah.
Advanced stuff.
Yeah. This is the tip of spear. It's a spearhead made of iron. Could just as easily be used as a digging utensil. But if thrown across the battlefield, it can be a weapon.
Ние ще се върнем, че нещо ни приуша.
So I hope you guys enjoyed this. I just thought it'd be interesting to kind of show you where I'm at and a little bit of the history, and I tried to incorporate sports as much as possible to give you an idea that sports, it's not a new thing. It's not a new concept. Pretty much we've always had it in some form.
It's kind of cool here.
This is the cafe next to the museum. Marjorie Baudin и Coca-Cola Slet Moya. Благодаря много.
Say it again, благодаря много.
Благодаря много. And they have Coca-Cola here too, guys. Pretty cool, right? And of course, all my male subscribers, yes. 1 out of every 3 women are dateable. Okay? That ratio is unheard of in anywhere in the world. We're in Bulgaria's version of Washington, D.C. So, this is the capital. And as with the capital, you get the president's house. Just like the White House.
Are you going to talk to the president today?
Am I going to talk to the president?
Yeah.
I don't think I've got an appointment.
Do you have an appointment?
No, I have no appointment, unfortunately.
Oh, you can just drop in here.
Maybe he'll see me tomorrow.
He's very cool. He'll let you.
So he'll just,
He'll be like,
we
hey, come in.
We hang out a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're cool. If you guys know the red coat, he was here during the Super Bowl. We took him to see this, and he really liked it. He loved the architecture of it. Now, right now it's under construction. Or not under construction, but they're repairing some things. And now this is the Ministry of Education and Science. This is the building right here where my documents were processed. So you have to be approved to go to college here. You have the Ministry of Education has to issue that. So you have to approve of it. So you turn in everything, and this is where it was done. Now, I literally am walking through the gates of the presidency. This is the equivalent of if you could walk through the carport of the White House.
Right.
This is exactly the same thing. So this isn't related to sports, but I still think it's interesting enough to talk about. There is a man, a Bulgarian, from the 700s, early 700s, named Khan Turbal. And he's one of my favorite people in Bulgarian history. In fact, actually, he's probably my favorite. So the reason he's so important and what was left of the Roman Empire was now in the east, which is here. Europe was under siege, and Emperor Justinian II needed somehow to stop the Arab military from getting into Europe and invading. If they did that and they weren't found with any resistance, then Europe is lost. So Emperor Justinian, sent Khan Turbal. But Turbal was a great general, great tactician, great strategist. The request was simple. Please get in the way and slow down the Arab army long enough for all of the armies of Europe to assemble and go to war. And Khan Turbil took that and he said, okay, we're going to do that. Now remember what I said about Bulgarian warriors? And it's in their DNA. Turbil took his army. He met them at right around where Constantinople is, which is modern day Istanbul. His only job, or actually the only request, was to just slow them down, which meant most likely they were going to get annihilated. He doesn't only stop them, he defeats them. Okay? We're talking like 28-3, and they come back and win the Super Bowl. All right? So this small army of Bulgarian soldiers, led by Khan Turbil, beats back the entire invading Arab army. And these guys, they were a great army. I mean, they had, for the time, great technology, great tactics, great strategy, great leaders. And so this wasn't just some scrub army that Turbil was fighting against. This was the best. And they were coming, and they had this all planned out, and he stopped them. And just, there was no need for Europe anymore to gather and create an army because he took care of it. It was freaking awesome. Anyway, the reason I mention this is because this preserved Western civilization or European civilization as we know it right now. Had he not done that, they would have eventually invaded. And then history is completely different. Okay? And this is often so forgotten and hardly mentioned, and it's shocking, actually. But after this, Emperor Justinian was so grateful, and the people of Europe were so grateful, that they designated him Caesar, Caesar of the East. This is the first time anyone, not of Roman descent, Italian lineage, the first time ever a foreigner was named Caesar. It's never happened. And it was a Bulgarian Khan. But the point is think about that. A Bulgarian leader that nobody even knows about was named Caesar. I just have to reiterate, that is freaking crazy, okay? Caesar. Caesar. And a Bulgarian named Caesar. That's just fascinating. But anyway, now you know. It's one of the greatest stories in Bulgarian history that nobody ever talks about. Freaking badass, man. Total badass. He was basically Tom Brady when it was 28-3. When Dante Hightower said, no more my bads, no more mistakes. And that's Turbil taking his small army. Actually, small army is putting it, that's a little exaggeration. It's more like just a band of guys, a band of fighters going, just getting away. They were just supposed to be a speed bump. And then coming back and annihilating. That's just, it's insane. Unbelievable. They snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, just like Tom Brady. Look in any restaurant. What I mean? 1 in 3. Did I lie? If Bulgaria had more funding as a country and more money, they would dominate in the Olympics. Like, to dominate in the Olympics, you've got to have a good program. You've got to have a lot of money, a lot of commitment. And small countries really can't keep up with it. But as far as athletic ability, these people would dominate, man, if they had the funding that Russia has or America or something like that. Actually, less than 5%.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. Because 1/6. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I will see you Saturday nights for VAS Live. And I've almost got Brady Hates Saga Season 2 ready for you guys. And another treat, we have the coolest, I'm telling you, the coolest new series on YouTube is about to be unleashed. You're going to love it. Talk to y'all later. Hey guys. Okay, so as a lot of you know, I'm actually in Sofia, Bulgaria right now. And I had an idea to do something a little different. Now this is sports related, but what we're going to talk about today is sports and its origins. So we are at the National Museum of Archaeology in Bulgaria. Bulgaria is a very small country now, but it was not centuries ago, okay? Bulgaria is often mentioned as the crossroads of civilization. And the reason that is because of its geographical location. And why Bulgaria is so important geographically is because it's in the southeastern part of Europe. To the east is still a gateway, which we call the gateway to the Middle East. And despite it being in Europe, it's only just a small sea away to the south to ancient Egypt. So you can imagine that for thousands of years, this place has seen a lot of history. We're talking King Richard crossing to the Crusades. You know, I mean, he went through here. This country has seen probably just about anything you can imagine. But what I want to start talking about first is the Thracians. You guys ever seen 300? Well, there was another group like that here in Bulgaria, and they were called Thracians. If you think back to Ajax from the Trojan War, he was Thracian. Or if you think about Spartacus, he's probably the most famous Thracian warrior. But Spartacus, the one who led the Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello.
Yeah. Been a long week for me. I've had a lot of work. I have finals here in college, so I've been really trying to focus on that and get a pretty good grade because believe it or not, I've only got a year left now after this. So after I finish this particular second, I'm gonna have to put these on the lights. The lights are killing me.
Oh yeah.
I have a weird sensitivity to lights, and these fluorescent show lights are at my face. Okay. Oh, much better. All right. And now I'll look like a gangster from a movie.
Yeah, from Italian mafia or something.
Okay, but anyway, nice to see all you guys here. And what I was saying is that I've only got 1 year left, and I can't believe how fast time's gone by. But here we are. If you came here tonight expecting some kind of speech or controversial comments or anything like that, it's not going to happen. I've watched all week long on YouTube every sports station or channel exploiting, profiting, and it's just no thanks. So we're sports here, and we're going to stick to sports. There's 99% of the planet who is making commentary. I am not a political analyst. I am not a social analyst, and that's not my job. And you come here to talk about sports, and that is what I do. So, and that's what we're going to do tonight.
There wasn't a lot of sports news going on, actually. Anything NFL related, I tried to look up stuff. So anything NFL related was pushed to the side. It was pushed away. And it was very hard to find any kind of anything. I mean, my gosh, not even guys like Chris Sims were saying idiotic things. So I couldn't even find a Chris Sims article to make fun of. So
Yeah, it was interesting because an NFL video that was uploaded yesterday had only 940 views. The next
by
day,
them, by NFL.
because actually it was not about the other issues in the country. So
Yeah, exactly. So it was hard to find any real NFL news, but
there's still something about
I did find something. Okay.
good news.
Okay. So here we go. Now, you guys, as you guys know, and by the way, don't forget, we have Jeopardy coming up tonight. Shaq is hosting a Jeopardy game, and we need one more contestant. So if you're thinking about joining and wanting to play, please get a Skype account and Skype in through video. That would be freaking fantastic. Okay? But you guys know that I love statistics, and I love math and putting things together and showing, how numbers can support an argument, all right? But if you didn't know, I'm just going to say it again, that when I do that, I don't have numbers to make my argument. I use numbers to support it. And there's a big difference. For example, if someone wants to say, who's the best quarterback in the league? And your answer is the guy who threw the most touchdowns last year. I mean, does that really show that? Does it paint the picture? No. What you want to do is you want to say, it's this guy, and here's why. And then you put in statistics and awards and things like that to back that up. And this NFL.com article is exactly what I can't stand. It's letting the numbers create a false narrative that looks as if it's something completely different. Top 10 quarterbacks under pressure. Okay? Now, before I say anything else, who do you think of? Top 10 quarterbacks in the league right now under pressure. Who would you put your money on? If an alien race came here, exactly, if an alien race came here and said, okay, you've got to play a football game against us, and you have to score right now within the last 2 minutes of a game, who are you putting in? I think we all pretty much know we're going to say Tom, or a veteran like Aaron Rodgers or Drew or Russell Wilson, just a veteran, a smart veteran. Maybe even Patrick Mahomes. I'm just saying. So exactly, like I know he's young, but I've seen him do some pretty cool stuff in the fourth quarter. So exactly, he's got torque. But no, guys, no. Here it is. The whole article headline, top 10 quarterbacks under pressure. They used straight up statistics. Okay? Which means it doesn't account for any time. This could be in the first quarter. It could be when their team is up 51-7 or some crap, and there is no pressure. So, but the stats that they use, the stat line that they used, paints this kind of picture. All right?
I'm very curious about it.
Number 10. The 10th quarterback best under pressure. Daniel Jones. That's right. Daniel Jones. And how do they defend that? 73.3 passer rating under pressure a plus 0.2% completion rate above expectation. By the way, if you've ever looked into the statistic called expectation, it is the biggest pile of junk I have ever seen in my life, and it must have been invented as a way, I swear to you, it must have been invented as a conspiracy against Brady. All right?
How do you quantify expectation?
Oh, well, they you know, they cleverly define it, and it's very interesting how they do it, but it's bullcrap actually, because you cannot create an expectation for a pass or a statistic based on where you think the trajectory is going, where you think the target was, and all those things, because so many things are involved. It just can't be done. So trying to assign that to an actual article trying to prove a point is ridiculous. Number 9, Josh Allen. The guy who can't throw. Okay? The guy who runs everything because he can't pass. Number 8, Dak Prescott. Okay, I can get involved. I can get on board with Dak. And I think with Mike McCarthy, he's going to be even better. I think Jason Garrett is one of the biggest problems that he had. So I'm okay with that. Number 7, Matt Ryan. I'm okay with that. Just won an MVP a few years back. He's a great quarterback. No problem. Okay. Matthew Stafford. All right. I don't think anyone's going to have a problem with Matthew Stafford at number 6. Okay. We've seen Matthew Stafford come back in a lot of games. I've seen him work some freaking... I do have to point out, though, that those miracles were in the regular season. Number 5, Kirk Cousins. I'm sorry, but isn't this the guy who is known for can't even win a big game in prime time? Well, except for recently when he beat the Saints. Which, by the way, that pass to Kyle Rudolph, I think that was a push-off, but who cares, right? So, number 4, Lamar Jackson. The guy who just got put out with a number 1 seed in a bye.
Yeah, I was expecting that.
I'm sorry, but nobody is lining up to put Daniel Jones and Lamar Jackson in the clutch, you've got to have him right now under pressure category. Okay? Number 3, Derek Carr. Really? Really? Derek Carr? Derek Carr. This is insulting. Number 2, Drew Brees. Finally, a veteran. Holy crap. Or sorry, a veteran that's actually done something. Number 1, Ryan Tannehill. Yeah. I don't know. I think Ryan Gosling might make more sense. Ryan Tannehill, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan freaking Tannehill. The man who played for the Miami Dolphins for all those years, lost his job, ended up getting his job from Marcus Mariota in Tennessee, had an okay year, and now all of a sudden he is number 1. Notice I didn't mention Russell Wilson. He's not on the list. Brady's not on the list. Aaron Rodgers isn't on the list. What the hell?
Yeah. Where's the... I thought there was some relationship to playing under pressure and winning.
Apparently not.
No?
Apparently not. And that's what I'm trying to say. It's one of those... It's
not
one,
about pressure.
it's one of those things where if you're in the first quarter and you have a good stat line when you're under pressure, that goes into the books. And so no one's looking at when it happens, when it occurs. And this, guys, this is what I'm telling you. When you make a football argument, when you argue, okay, never let the stats be your argument. Let the stats be your credibility. Let it be something that accompanies that. Stats are not enough. Stats, they have no context unless you give it context, and you've got to give it context. I mean, if an alien race came down and looked at Just stats. Peyton, it would look like Peyton Manning is the greatest quarterback who's ever lived.
So
No?
would Aaron Rodgers, no? According to Chris Sims, at least.
According to Chris Sims, it would be. If you looked from the year 2010 to now, yeah, you'd say, oh, it's Aaron Rodgers. Oh, my God, you know. So,
Greatest ever.
but if you say the greatest ever, you would think it was Peyton Manning based on the regular season numbers, all the records, and all the MVPs he's had, all the first, I think he's got 7 first-team All-Pros. But they don't have context, do they? So you've got to give them context. And once you give them context, it changes everything.
Yeah.
It's like the Tom Brady argument in reverse. Everyone, how many times have you guys had been in an argument defending Tom Brady and someone said, "Oh, it's not just about rings though." You're like, "Okay, yeah, you're right. It's not about rings. Let's
not
look
about
at
winning.
it's not about winning. Okay, so we're going to I guess you mean let's focus on stats, right? So that's what they're trying to say. All right, let's do that. 3 MVPs, records, every freaking record you can imagine, every playoff record you can think of. So if you're defending Tom, you don't have to even talk about rings yet. You could talk about Tom as a first ballot Hall of Famer. You could talk about him as one of the greatest ever and not even mention his rings yet. Okay? That's what we're talking about here. But people try to use that. So they try to say that, oh, it's not just about rings, and they don't even look at the stats. So that's the reverse version of that.
Yeah.
So they're trying to paint the narrative with the context by saying, oh, well, he's just got the Super Bowls, all right? But they don't mention his stats. So it's like the flip version. You don't have to do that, though.
Hey, we missed the super chat. Addie.
Oh, nice. Let me go back and find it here. Oh, Addie. Addie sends the first super chat of the night. It's a $2 super chat. He says, I survived the party. And in case you're wondering what that means, Addie was so damn drunk last Saturday night that he sent super chats. He sent several, actually, and I have no idea what he was talking about. It was the worst spelling I've ever seen in my life. It's as if he held the phone upside down and typed with his left hand. That's how bad it was. Addie, I'm glad you survived the party. Glad to have you here tonight. And we did get your, what do you want to call them? Tapestry ordered. The Cleveland Browns tapestry. So,
Your prize.
yeah. Hopefully you'll be waving it soon. Unfortunately, I think it takes that company like 3 weeks to send something. So, sorry about that. So, uh-oh. Dennerling's writing Deutsch. He's typing some German. You know, Dennerling, you know I can read that, right? Oh, he's talking to Nightwalker. Okay, so you guys are okay, see what's happening here, guys? The 2 Germans, they're plotting something. So, did anyone mention if they were wanting to be a contestant tonight?
Who wants to be a contestant tonight?
Did anybody respond to me in the chat? Okay. Yeah. I don't know if you guys got on, if you were here a little bit early, or if you just got on, but I was showing a video in the intro. And it was something that me and Milena decided to do. So yesterday we went out for lunch, and we had to get out of the apartment. And it's just, you know, here there's no really kind of any kind of lockdown. It doesn't really exist. And we got the crazy idea to, you know, go to the museum. And I was like, you know what? I bet the VAS crowd would love to know about the history of sports. Like, how long have we had football? And how long have we had organized sports? How long have we been competing as people, and and various civilizations, various empires, and things like that? And we thought, well, Bulgaria is the perfect place to do that, because this is it's just the crossover of culture. So many different time frames and periods in history have been right here in this country. So we thought, man, the museum would house all kinds of stuff that would be perfect for this. So I hope you like it. It was something that we just kind of thought of, and then once we thought of it, we really put a lot of work into it and started, mapping it out, like how we were going to do it and everything. Now, I didn't have a script, so what you heard me talking, I was just making that up at the top of my head as far as like from what I knew. So there was no script, any reading or anything like that. But I'm going to have that out to you guys on Monday just to see. It just might be something interesting. It's a little different. And maybe it'll make you even interested in more history, and you start looking into it even deeper. So we have a $5 super. What the hell is that? We have a $5 super chat from Daniel. See it twice. He says, Addie, put down the spirits and pick up the Holy Spirit. Now, listen. For some reason, See It Twice has some kind of thing going on with Addie. So, like last week when Addie sent a certain super chat, See It Twice had to up him by 1. And then he said, sorry, Addie, we can't let you win anything. In fact, I think he did it again later on in the night, or said something about like that. So I don't know if that's what's happening. So. Now, Dennis, we know you're playing. We need one more though. So, I'm sorry. Yeah, Milena, I didn't tell you. Dennis already said he was going to play. Oh, okay. I didn't tell you. Sorry about that. Addie said he's not drinking tonight, so he's good. Okay, you guys got any questions or anything you want me to talk about real quick before we start the game? Because like I said, there hasn't been any sports news that, this week. I've looked, I've tried.
Does someone see that Roger Goodell? Oh no, actually, what was the news? Something about coaches being allowed to join their teams. I quickly saw that on the NFL. Did anyone?
Oh, so they're now getting to go back to the facilities and stuff.
That's what
Yeah.
I saw, but it's not confirmed.
Holy crap.
Oh, Donnie here.
Donnie!
Hi, Donnie.
Dang, nice to see you, man.
Yeah.
$20 super chat from Donnie. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. He says, hi, Aaron and Milena and everyone. Aaron is looking quite dapper today. Don't slip up with your speech at the job interview. Yeah, I know. I actually bought this today. Needed some new clothes. I got tired of wearing the same thing all the time. And I came here and I never meant to be here this long, and it so all kind of happened. So basically, all the clothes here I have here are just clothes I buy, and I don't I don't shop very often. And I got this. We got a very, very good deal on this. So, but thank you. Thomas Allen says, can you get your voice in sync with your lips?
Maybe I'm wondering if his audio and video are kind of
Can I get my voice synced with my lips?
You may have to do it.
There is a slight delay.
Yeah.
It's like a millisecond there. How weird. I wonder what's causing that. Interesting. Well, I don't know how to fix that actually, but Donnie, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it, and I hope you're doing well. And I hope your brother's doing good. I see that you read that Mahomes will get his $40 million per year deal. What do I think will happen to KC? Okay, well, I've been anticipating that he's going to get a big deal like that, but I came up with an idea. I didn't put a whole lot of work and math into it, but it's just something I was thinking about. Where Dak, not Dak, because I'm thinking Dak because Dak's in negotiations right now too. But Patrick Mahomes, he could theoretically get that and still be team friendly. I know that sounds crazy, but it would have to be an unprecedented deal. It would have to be something insane, like the next 8 years, for example. Okay, it would have to be guaranteed. Not the whole thing, but a lot of it guaranteed, and it would have to be back end. So he doesn't make that much now, and it escalates second year, third year. But in 2027, for example, the Chiefs are gonna be awful because they're gonna have to pay him so much. It's a sacrifice thing. So if they can do something like that, they can win now and try to set up some kind of dynasty or whatever they're trying to do. But it's going to cost them later. And there's really no way of getting out of that. That's just the way it is now. These quarterback pay, the quarterback pay has gotten out of hand. All of it's gotten out of hand. In fact, I think that maybe they shouldn't keep raising the salary cap so damn much. Okay? And that would stop some of this nonsense. But whatever. But I think it can be done. I'll tell you this much. If Patrick finds a way to sign a deal that is team friendly and it works for everybody, I'll be very impressed. The dude is going to be the face of the league in a few more years. And what I mean by the face is the guy, the only guy you think of when you think of the NFL will be him. He's going to make so much in endorsements, so much money that he could be able to take, some off of the contract there. Tom Brady did this. He bet it on himself, so he just wanted to keep winning. Tom's a smart guy. He knew if he kept winning Super Bowls, endorsements alone would just handle it himself. It would take care of everything, and he was right. It did. Peyton chose the full check, and he only had 2 rings. So, in fact, very few quarterbacks in history won a Super Bowl while having max dollars. It's actually very rare.
Yeah.
Eli Manning is one of the very rare cases where that's happened. So, but it certainly wasn't because he was so great. It's just one of those things that happened.
Was he lucky with good weapons? He just happened to? Or...
A good defense, and Eli had a great coach. So he had Tom Coughlin. Tom Coughlin is like, he's not Belichick, but he's very high up there. Like, if Tom Coughlin was coaching right now, I would rank him in the top 3 coaches, easily, just like that, immediately. I'd say Tom Coughlin top 3. So Eli had that, but Eli had these defensive guys. They were just awesome, especially when it came to the postseason. Yeah, well, Peyton does like himself some endorsements and some commercials, things like that. Well, that's fine. But Peyton was so marketable that I never understood why he didn't take more pay cuts. But what's funny about Peyton is that he always had more offensive weapons than Tom ever thought about having. And he still couldn't get it done. Listen, man. People think that offense. Your defense has to be able to stop somebody. Ben Roethlisberger has won 2 Super Bowls because of defense. Now, I'm not saying that Ben is bad or anything. I'm just saying, though, that every quarterback needs their defense to stop. It's not this whole stupid thing about, oh, Brady only won because of his defense. Screw you, dude. I could pull up a million instances where a quarterback has been saved by his defense. I'm talking Montana, Elway. I mean, there's so many I could different championship games, different playoff games throughout their careers. I could do it all day, So, are the Bucks overhyped like the Browns? No, because
Not like the Browns.
the Browns. Okay, see, the Browns have never done anything. The Browns have a culture of losing, and
they've never had Tom Brady either.
And they don't. That's exactly what I was about to say. They don't. Tom Brady changes things.
Now, are they overhyped? Not like the Browns, but like without comparison.
Well,
Different thing. It depends what the hype is. If the hype is they're going to win the Super Bowl, right?
well, I think the hype for the Browns back then was, which by the way I never bought into. I don't think it was Super Bowl. I think it was just meant for them to win their division and be pretty good. And listen, I do not buy into hype for any team that has a culture problem. So if you've got a losing culture, until I've seen a difference, I'm really not going to buy into anything. I have to see you prove it. For example, the Steelers are coming off of a bad season, right? Because they lost Ben. But because they are the Steelers, I have no problem buying in to the fact that they will make a comeback and play better, right? That's no problem. So I have no problem with that. But for a team to say that, oh, the Lions will be better this year because they acquired some free agents and stuff like that, I can't say anything. I'm not going to sit here and say that the Lions are suddenly going to be better. Why would I say that? What have they ever done to get me to think that they're going to be okay, that they're going to be better? I need to see something. I need to see an organizational shift. Okay, I need to see something. I need a commitment as a organization to a winning culture, and then when you do that, then I'll look your way, and then I'll start talking you up. Do I want the Browns to be better? Absolutely. It would be interesting to see the Browns. It would be interesting to see the Lions good, but they're just going to have to change a lot of things. But anyway, back to the original question. No, the Bucks are not overhyped in that sense because the hype for the Browns was unfounded. It was just a gathering of a few high-profile players, and all of a sudden everything was supposed to work perfectly. It doesn't work like that. Guys who never played with each other and guys who have not proven anything. Baker Mayfield has not proven a damn thing. Okay? He's not done anything to show us that he was going to lead that team to anything. So, but we're talking about Brady here, and we're talking about, you saw what Brady did with Antonio Brown and Josh Gordon. Josh Gordon week 1, and I don't even think he even hit Josh Gordon that much in week 1, if at all. But then he had Antonio Brown in week 2, and all of a sudden everyone was going 19-0, 19-0, 19-0.
Yeah.
You gave Tom one elite receiver, and there was whispers of 19-0. And that was just 9 months ago. Now you've given him a crap load of elite targets, phenomenal targets. And I'm telling you, that defense on the Buccaneers is not that bad. They're getting overshadowed and they're not getting talked about because of Brady and the offensive weapons. But that defense is deceivingly tricky. They look like they're not that good. How good is your defense going to be when your quarterback is throwing 30 picks? Okay? They have a great defensive coordinator. I know Todd Bowles wasn't that great as a head coach for the Jets, but it was the Jets. Nobody's going to make the Jets good. But he was a good defensive coordinator for the Cardinals. If you guys remember that awesome Cardinals defense from a few years back when they went to the NFC Championship game, that was Todd Bowles. That was his defense. So I have no problem thinking that they're going to do their job. And a great quarterback helps his defense. I don't know if you saw the interview I did with Tommy Harris. Tommy said it himself. He said being a defensive lineman, defensive end, or just a defensive player in general, if you play with an elite quarterback, it is a defensive player's best friend. And he was very adamant about pointing that out because he didn't get to play with any. I mean, his quarterback was Rex Grossman. That's disgusting. Rex Grossman. We're talking the Rex Grossman who was so bad, okay, Milena, in the Super Bowl against the Colts. If they even had a competent quarterback, let's say Matthew Stafford, or actually even worse than Matthew Stafford, that's probably too good. Derek Carr. Okay, if the Bears had Derek Carr in that 2006 Super Bowl, in Super Bowl 41, the Chicago Bears win that.
Wow. Just like that?
Just like that. That's how bad Rex Grossman is. And that is the quarterback that Tommy Harris had to play with. Do you know how many picks that guy threw? How many fumbles? How many just idiotic dumb plays? How many 3-and-outs? 3-and-outs kill a defense. You go out there, 1, 2, 3, dump, punt. 1, 2, 3, punt. Sometimes that's even worse. In fact, they'd probably rather you go out there, make 4 first downs in a row, and then throw a pick. That's probably better for them than if you just did 3-and-out every time. Right. But on the stat sheet, it looks like the pick is worse, but you got a combination of those things. But that is going to make all the difference for this Buccaneers defense. So I think they're going to be fine.
Hey, we have another super chat by Donnie.
Really?
From Donnie. Yeah.
We have a $10 super chat from Donnie. Take a pick, 1313. I could have sworn that his name was in it before. It said Donnie at the end of it, didn't it?
I don't know.
Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. He says, can you answer 2 questions? Number 1, will the riots in U.S. lead to kneel downs and NFL viewership and revenue loss for the league? And number 2, will the market correct itself and quarterback pay get to a realistic level? Okay, so to answer the first question, I have absolutely no idea if rioting is going to continue in the United States. I'm assuming you mean the protests, will that lead to kneel downs? Yes, you're going to see that in every game this year. Probably for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
Will it lead to NFL viewership and revenue loss for the league? It will lead to NFL viewership going down. It'll basically be kind of like what you saw before. But as far as revenue loss, I don't think so. Because the NFL is a $12 billion company. And $9 billion of that is TV money. So TV contract money. They don't need viewers. right now. Now, if that trend had kept caught on for years and years, it would be a huge problem. But if it's a temporary thing, let's say just for this season, it's not a big deal because those contracts are locked in. Now, advertisers aren't going to be happy, and then the channels that broadcast that paid that $9 billion, they're not going to be happy. But again, it would take a while for that to make a difference. So I don't see the revenue as a big issue. But yeah, there will be a drop in viewership naturally, because we've already seen that before. Your second question, will the market correct itself and quarterback pay get to a realistic level? Man, I wish. Okay, these amounts are getting nuts. I mean, we're getting quarterbacks who have never done a damn thing getting $30 million a year. $30 million a year. Tom Brady's making 25 right now. And they're paying how many of these freaking idiots? 30 million? I mean, it is insulting.
Speaking about fairness, or
so it's insane. I mean,
let's call it.
We've heard rumors about what Dak wants, right? So he wants this. They say he wants this crazy amount of money. Let me tell you something about Dak. He better sign that damn contract soon. He better sign something. Because if Patrick Mahomes gets his deal done before he does, and Patrick Mahomes' deal is reasonable for what he's worth, that's going to make Dak look bad. I mean, Dak, that's going to take all leverage away from him. Whoever his agent is needs to smarten up and get a deal done now. Because if Dak goes into the season without a deal, and if he doesn't even, I'm not even saying if he doesn't have a great season, if he doesn't have just a top 15 quarterback season, he's in trouble. So he's playing with fire right now. It's been a long time since he was Rookie of the Year. So, or had that Rookie of the Year season. So. But the salary cap doesn't need to go up as drastically. It's moving too fast. It's getting out of hand. As long as the salary cap's going up, the pay is going to go up. As long as the pay goes up, the salary cap goes up. It's just ridiculous. Yes, you can let it go up, but it goes up too fast and too much each year. So. Let me catch up here, guys. Thank you, Donnie. I really appreciate that. You're awesome, man. Yeah, Tyree, Chris Godwin is underrated. He won't be this year. People are going to be... Who are you going to cover? Who are you going to cover on Tampa Bay? I want to know. Luke says, funny how the Bucks have all these expectations now, even though so many are convincing themselves Brady is washed up. Guess what, Luke? You know who else is trying to convince themselves of that? Patriots fans.
Yeah. I think everybody is.
Russell Wilson, he is the Seattle Seahawks. Russell has a Super Bowl ring. He's got 2 NFC championship rings. Ever since the Legion of Boom has dissipated, he has been the Seahawks. Aaron Rodgers is a 2-time MVP. He is a Super Bowl MVP. He's deserving of his money. I can't stand him, but my personal feelings have nothing to do with reality, you know. So. Yeah, I agree, Zach. Bill Belichick has convinced himself that we are not worrying about the offense this year. So it looks like we're stripping it right back down to 2001, except not as good. I'm sorry, but we have no Ty Law. We have no Willie McGinnis. Okay, those guys aren't there. It's not that it's. I mean, the idea is the same, but it's not going to be that good. Yeah, I hope N'Keal Harry does too. I was really hoping for him last season. I think if he didn't get injured in preseason, I think that just screwed up his whole year. Because when you play for Belichick, if you're not around, he doesn't really give you a lot of time to be ultimately involved. You can be around, but you can't be too involved too much, and that really hurt his development and his trust with Tom. If he didn't get injured, I think he would have been in the Rookie of the Year talk. I'm not saying he would have won, but he could have at least been Offensive Rookie of the Year had he not missed that preseason. So I expect something good from him. Yeah, there's no Teddy Bruschi. Well, of course, yeah, there's no Rodney Harrison, but we didn't have Rodney Harrison in 2001. But I get your meaning. So, by the way, Zach, where have you been?
I know.
It's been a long time. I don't think you've been here all year.
Haven't seen you.
You've been hiding out. Okay.
Oh, Zach's been mourning. Zach, look at Zach's answer.
Oh.
TV12.
Oh, I'm sorry, Zach. Oh, you're joking. Okay. I thought he was serious.
At first, but then when I
Oh.
saw the tragic, I was like, it's gotta be TV12.
No, I think it's the Cowboys doing that to him.
Oh, now both, I guess.
Pedro, welcome. By the way, Pedro, I think you moved up in the Super Chat standings. Oh, I didn't tell you guys. Okay, check this out. Okay, well, first, I'm going to give you some big news, but then first, I'm going to tell you that the Super Chat rankings, the things on the bottom there, now include Patreon. So if you have ever paid on Patreon, or if you've ever been a member of Patreon, the Patreon numbers each month have been converted to VonAllen points. And those are now in the standings. And in case you've seen new names that you don't recognize or didn't see before, those are Patreon people too. So if you've ever did that, it counts now. So if you want to join Patreon or you want to continue doing your Patreon, it now counts in the standings and in the contest. So just want to let you guys know about that. In fact, the Patreon situation is what put Mr. A in the number one spot. But more importantly, we got approved for memberships. So, and what that means, and I just want to explain to you guys why that's important for the channel. Give me just one. Coke, call me. Why does your camera keep the discoloration? What is that?
When I move, probably.
What's causing that?
When I move, it does.
That's so weird.
I don't see it on my end, though.
Okay. So over time, you guys have heard me mention some things with my channel going on and stuff, and I got freaked out by it, but I wrote to YouTube I actually got a response. In order to have memberships on your channel, and a membership, so you're going to see it soon. I just have to figure out what the perks are and what you receive and what you get for those things. And I want to make sure they're done right. That's why I've not released it or activated it yet. But you'll be able to join similar to Patreon, except it's directly through YouTube. But more importantly, I only have 11,000 subscribers. You need the minimum requirements for a membership channel is 30,000. But I wrote to them and I showed them how big of a support you guys have been in the super chat area, and I sent them copies of all you guys and an example of one of our shows where they could see how dedicated you guys are. And I said, listen, I know I've only got 11,000 subscribers, but I can clearly have a loyal following. I'm certain we could, do memberships, and that would help open up the channel. So they granted it, and they said we looked at your channel, we looked at your support, and your support's phenomenal, and so we'll do it. And they did. They kept their promise. So they told me that they were going to do it about 2 weeks ago, but I wanted to make sure it got approved, and it finally went through. So that is official now, and I'll probably activate that this week sometime. Not sure exactly, but no later than the next show it will be activated. But like I said, I want to make sure it's done correctly and give you guys the best possible perks from having it. But it should open up the channel, guys. It should help a lot. The algorithm should like that a lot more, I think. And, and also the channel needs more content, needs more uploads, needs more videos, and that's what we're going to be doing. So I'm happy about that. So because I think it's going to benefit the channel greatly.
Good job for getting that.
Thank you. Donnie says the official Coca-Cola supplier of VAS. He absolutely was. So Russell Curie asked, is he asking me to move to Spotify?
We don't know. We haven't.
Or is that a conversation between other people?
I'm not sure.
Oh, because I have an opinion. I have an opinion on Spotify if you want one.
Oh.
That's why I'm asking. Is that what you want to hear? You want an opinion on Spotify? Spotify is the biggest scam for artists there is. Do you know how many plays I have to have as a musician to make any money? I had 8,000 plays in 1 month, and you know how much they sent me? 85 cents.
I was gonna say dollars at least.
I know, that's why I paused for effect.
It's really worth it.
85
Let's make music and art
cents.
and get 85 cents for it.
Now let me tell you what that replaced. Before you would have to purchase it off iTunes. And that's a 99-cent song. So 8,000 plays, let's convert that to 8,000 songs. iTunes has the best percentage pay of any big major company to artists. And iTunes is literally it was about 80% of my income as a recording artist, starting back when iTunes kind of opened it up in the mid-2000s. That would translate 8,000 downloads in a month. That would translate to roughly around $4,500. See the difference? But then Apple created Apple memberships where you could have music and then you could play a song over and over and over again. Apple still paid me 60% of the income. That's still pretty damn good. Okay, even for streaming. Spotify, it's a freaking joke. The only way you can make money on Spotify is if you are Taylor Swift, okay, or Lady Gaga or some crap like that, and you're having so millions of plays that even Spotify is giving them separate deals just to promote them on the page.
Right.
Spotify is a freaking joke for artists. It's robbery. It's theft. So my last 2 albums, I withdrew from Spotify. They're not even on there. And I have everything going through iTunes because iTunes has always been good to me. So someone mentioned it, so I talked about it.
Yeah.
There.
Another super chat by Eddie.
Nice. Eddie, $5 super chat says Pepsi, the proud sponsor of. I'm sorry, we don't have Coke. Is Pepsi okay? Oh my God, that happened yesterday, Addie.
Yeah. At the pizza place.
No, the lasagna.
Oh yeah.
No, it was yeah. So I got the lasagna. It said Marjorie Coca-Cola slet moja, which means may I have a Coke with ice. And she goes, is Pepsi okay? And I said, I don't know. Is counterfeit money okay? Yeah.
You do drink Pepsi too, though.
Be quiet. Trying to sell me out.
No, in case Pepsi's listening. Sure. I don't know. Pepsi just tastes like sugar to me.
I'll drink Pepsi if it's the only option.
Yeah.
But to say that just for people like Eddie's saying, to make it sound like it's just a fix all, like it's exactly. Come on, man. Really? No way.
Russell says, hell to the no.
Someone asked me about Kittle. I thought.
Well,
Oh, Joe Rogan moved to Spotify. Is that a good move for him? Hey, man, he's got a huge following, so I guess so. It's different at that level, but listen, Kittle is. I know he's wanting a lot, and he might even get like 20 million. I think he's the best tight end in the league right now. But I'm not paying a tight end $20 million. I'm just not. It's too much.
huh. Are you catching up with the comments?
And it's not that he doesn't deserve it. It's more of, if I was an owner, I would want to move, spread the money out a little better, more like Bill does. So I would try to negotiate with Kittle, and I'd try to get him down to about 16, 15, with a lot of incentives that, very, very similar to what they did to Gronk. Do you have any idea how much Gronk made off incentives? It's but why is people talking about porn?
No.
You'll definitely watch VAS porn?
I don't know where they said
Okay, so how much are you going to pay us?
That's
Milena, what's our price for VAS porn?
that's with the membership, you mean?
With the membership. Okay, so VAS porn, if you just want me, that's the tier 3, if
Watch out, Pepsi's listening.
Pepsi?
Oh, I don't know, Coke.
Coke? Hell, they might actually invest now. So,
No, we didn't. We have a super chat by Shaq.
oh, he says we watch VAS over porn. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, because did you see Shaq's super chat?
Listen, these are not prescription glasses, so I can when I'm trying to read I have to look very closely, and I just saw VAS porn. I was like,
Yeah.
wait,
VS history, VS football.
yeah,
You know,
VonAllen history, VonAllen sports, VonAllen music, VonAllen porn. Okay,
just
how nice.
diversification in different industries. You know.
Yeah, gotta offer all services. $10 super chat from Shaq. He says, once VAS gets a website, it will get more hits than porn sites.
That's where it goes.
That's where this conversation started. Okay. Thank you, Shaq. Thank you. Thank you very much. But he's not wrong. We have a website coming. And you know what a website means? A website means that we're going to be able to have journalists, real, actual journalists. And imagine journalist that tries to imagine what would happen if one of them tried to create an article that was clickbait or a lie, and it runs across my eyes. Wow, that's going to be funny.
That will be funny.
So it's a website means that now the videos and everything on YouTube gets linked to that article, and the articles circulate. So you know how some of you guys, when you're on Facebook, you see an article from Bleacher Report or something like that, and you copy and paste it into the Facebook group that you're a member of. Now you'll be able to do that with us. So you'll be able to link to our own articles, and that's going to be freaking awesome.
Another super chat. See it twice.
Shaq, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. That was funny, dude. That was really funny. He started it.
He's the founder of the VS.
Shaq is the founder of VAS porn. Okay.
Sure.
See it twice. Sends a $2 super chat. He says, will the porn tier have its own Jeopardy?
And who will win? Who would be the winner all the time?
I think it's more important who will be the host.
And the contestants. Wow. Can you imagine?
It's interesting. Yeah, and who are the contestants? Okay, I'm making it right now. If we ever have this, the Jeopardy, VAS porn Jeopardy is an all-female, yeah, so. I'm just messing around. Anyway, huh. What is that? Luke, $10 super chat. Luke, thank you. He says, let's change the topic, please. Favorite music genre. My favorite music, I like, number one I listen to is probably dark electronic music. Like dark electro.
Mm-hmm. Also classical? Some classical?
Yeah, but it's not my number one favorite.
Oh, okay,
yeah. But the second I listen to the most is probably movie scores. So I guess that's under classical.
That's different.
But
genres,
yeah, it's all kinds of different stuff. But I just like movie score music. I think it's freaking awesome.
Yeah, but I think you've listened to pretty much every genre otherwise.
Oh yeah, I like gospel music. So,
Yeah.
but not gospel music. There's different types. I prefer Southern gospel music, but let's see. But definitely mainly electronic and not techno. That does not mean techno. So electronic, dark electronic, industrial. I like industrial music a lot. So thank you, Luke. $10 super chat. Hey, that's gonna put you up now. You're gonna move up. Oh, by the way, you did move up because of your Patreon. It's now that we've added that. So I don't know if you heard me say that at the beginning of the show.
Just to keep on that topic of music, I know Donnie wrote some of the lyrics of one of your songs. Did you see that?
Really?
I've seen you before you were born. It's just before Shaq's
Ah,
comment.
yeah. Um, Donnie says, "Yeah, I've seen you before you were born. I've seen you coming before the second coming." Yeah, that's a song called "Light About," and it's actually about to be released. So it's going to be my first full album I've released in quite a few years.
Probably Donnie has seen the video, right? Because although it hasn't been released, you had performed it live one time in
I think so. Yeah.
a place.
Yeah. Yeah, Tom May. By the way, welcome. I've never seen you here before, but yeah, Spotify is great for customers. Absolutely, it's a good deal. But as far as for artists, it's garbage.
It's okay to share that one.
Well, there's no link to share. There's no. I've only played it within YouTube videos.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll do in the future.
Maria. How you doing, Maria? Thank you so much. She sends 827. Just like last week. 827 VAS. Thank you so much, Maria. I really appreciate it. You're awesome. Jared. 1287.
Hi, Jared.
Hey, Jared.
Good to have you.
Is today D-Day? Or close to it? He says, just wanted to pop on and say hey and send some support, but not sure what I'm sending this support for. I am hoping that this stays VAS Sports and not switch up to adult content. Well, that's what happens when you read a chat wrong. And, yeah. Thanks a lot, Jared. Appreciate it, man. By the way, nice job the last 2 weeks on hosting our trivia games. Very nice job.
We have some great hosts. Everybody so far has been so amazing. We just need more contestants.
Daniel, see it twice. He sends another one. He says, who are your favorite composers of music scores? I like Zimmer, Thomas Newman, James Newton Howard, and many others. My favorite is probably Elliot Goldenthal. I like Chris Mansell. I'd say anything from either one of them I have or will listen to over and over again. James Horner's really good too. But yeah, I like those guys as well. I like Hans Zimmer, okay, but sometimes. So, for example, I don't like the music from Pirates of the Caribbean. I know that's very famous music and it's used a lot in other movies too. I know that they reuse it. In fact, I think they even used it in Gladiator. It was in Gladiator, and then Pirates of the Caribbean kind of used that similar thing. But I should have probably mentioned this. I like minor key music. I like darker music. I like music that makes me feel something. I'm not too fond of the happier score music and so Hans does a little bit of both. So he can do really good dark score, like a dark movie score. He can do that great.
Powerful.
Yeah.
So.
And then he'll have those movies where it's all like, bouncing. It's just not my thing, but yeah.
I also like Michael Nyman a lot, but I don't know if you guys like him. The piano.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, cool super chat. It's just interesting getting asked personal questions. Yeah, June 6th. Yeah, D-Day. Of course, for me, it's June 7th right now. But oh, Howard Shore's good too. Howard Shore's Lord of the Rings score is freaking amazing. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome tonight. I mean, I know we didn't have there's not a whole lot to talk about football wise, but we sure did. I mean, we came up with some things, didn't we? You know, yeah, I know music like that is darker music is sad music and things like that. It sounds weird, but that puts me in a good mood. So I'm one of these people that if it starts raining outside and it's all cloudy and dark, and I would love to listen to like a dark score, like the music from Interview with the Vampire or something like that, or the music. Guys, you want to talk about one of the best movie scores ever written is from a movie called The Fountain. Now, the movie is not that famous, but the music is freaking the best. And it's sad, but that actually makes me, I don't know why. I have no idea why that happens like that. But yeah, if it starts to rain and it's dark and cloudy outside, I'll be the first one to say, "Hey, let's go for a walk." Right? Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm like that, and while everyone else is saying, "Oh, it's such a bad day," I'm like, "Let's go." So it's just the way I am, and I'm not a depressed person or anything like that. I mean, I'm almost always in a good mood. Actually, yeah. I just enjoy it for some reason. It's strange. So. Yep, Daniel. Darren Aronofsky, absolutely. And it's very underrated. Okay, did we get a third contestant on board now? Yeah, Pedro, I agree with you, buddy. Omar says, because I'm just weird. Thank you. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
These days?
I don't know.
Actually, they're trying to make
I don't know.
Yeah.
So.
They're trying to make it, weird, like being. Everybody's trying to be weird in Hollywood, at least in the movies.
Oh, they're weird in Hollywood, but not for the reasons I want to be weird.
But I'm saying they make all these movies around weird, but some of them come across just not very, just too fake, because they're trying too hard.
Well, if you
you're just weird.
then it's just normal. Then it's just mainstream. Yeah. But I'm not doing it for any reason. It's just what I like. But. Yeah. I mean, I do weird stuff, and I wear weird things, just because I like to. For example, my shoes. I get looked at all the time for this, and
okay.
I wear.
That's an interesting one.
I wear cleats.
Yes,
soccer cleats. So, if you ever see me wearing black shoes, hang on, check this out.
Keep all these cleats here in Bulgaria.
For example, now I've got all kinds, but while everybody else buys normal shoes, now see, these look like nice black shoes, correct? But they're not. They're actually cleats. So, and when I walk, no shoelaces in them, nothing. You just slip on. But I got stuff like that. But you have to be walking right up next to me to notice it. And constantly, people are pointing and like, that's strange. Like, I love them. I love the way they sound when I walk. And I like the feeling of them. And I'll be honest with you, it came from when I was younger playing sports. And I remember after like football practice, for example, I wanted to wear my cleats at school all that day because I liked the way they felt. And then when I was kicking, I wore those around, and I would just keep them on because I was like, man, these feel good. I like how they how I walk in them. I can't explain it. It's just a strange thing. It's like, some people prefer cowboy boots. Some people prefer tennis shoes or dress shoes or whatever. Yeah. I like them. But, of course, I buy that type because you can't really tell. Like, they'll go with an outfit, and they don't look just like sports shoes. I'm not going to wear, like, red, yellow, and green bright soccer shoes or something. That's just stupid. But they're going to look... At first glance, they're going to look like normal shoes, but if you get really close, you'll see that they're cleats. But yeah, I'd say that's pretty weird. I guarantee you one day, someone's going to see that, and then some fashion designer is going to start pushing that, and then it's going to be a thing you watch. Yeah. So.
There was another conversation in the chat about favorite game score for games.
Oh, okay. Well, the best soundtrack, hands down, it's undefeated. Okay, the best video game soundtrack ever is Metroid.
Yeah,
okay.
Said that too.
Metroid. But I know it's an older game for you guys. It's not old, but it just depends on how old you are, I guess. But the music to the first Halo game is phenomenal. Definitely need to listen to that. Now, there were some good games back in the 80s, good scores for games back in the 80s, but they weren't really scores back then. They were more just noises and little digital stuff. And so Metroid was one of the first games to have an actual movie score, like an actual song and music written for it, and it wasn't just 8-bit little sounds, and things like that. And it was the first one to be very dark and creepy. And that's what I liked about it. But by the time Xbox came out and then they started making games like Halo, for example, they had full-on movie music. I mean, you would think that you were listening to a movie. So I'd say, yeah. So, and Metroid's my favorite of all time. I love The Legend of Zelda, but A Link to the Past. So, A Link to the Past is a very specific Zelda game and a very specific score that I like. You guys know this because I use it a lot. So, Metroid Prime is really awesome too. And of course, Metroid Prime is based off the original notes and the songs of the original Metroid. So basically, any Metroid is good, but it starts with the original. Mass Effect is good. I've listened to the Mass Effect. That's good. Oh, guys, Command and Conquer. I don't know if y'all play those games. They're mainly PC games, and they're PC, and they have some for Mac, but Command and Conquer definitely is good music. So, okay. You guys want to play some Jeopardy? Let's do it.
Who wants to join and be a contestant? We already have 3.
Did we have a third person to join? Did you see? Come on. Come on.
We have Zach.
Zach is playing. Really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't even know what Zach looks like. I guess we're about to find out. Oh, I need my headphones. And by the way, you need to put on your headphones too.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
Hey man, how's it going?
Good. And
Oh crap. Whoops. I screwed that up.
Mine are not working.
did you just stop the video?
Yeah, I hit the wrong button. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. How's it going?
Good. I got you, man. Land just a second.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
How about now?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
do it now.
Okay. Looks like we got Daniel.
Yeah, Eddie, Zach, and Russell wanted to play.
Daniel, you look different without your glasses on.
Yeah. Also probably a good 20 pounds lighter than I was the last time I was here.
Hello, Daniel.
You mean
How
just
you
2
doing?
weeks ago?
Yeah. Well, about 3 weeks ago.
You on a diet right now?
Yeah, diet, exercise, all that good stuff.
Nice, man. Cool. Okay. Of course, now this game is going to require the host. So, Shaq, if you don't mind calling in, that'd be very convenient. Game show. So I have a different template for the game show. Look at that! Isn't that fancy?
Oh yeah.
So.
Those players of Patriots past.
Yeah, I was looking at them. Brewski, Gronk, Brady all together. That's nice, dude. I wish our guys would have got to wear that 90s jersey.
Yeah, awesome.
I like that.
These
Pretty
jerseys.
good.
This here is my official jacket from the Patriots fans Germany.
Okay, let's see. There he is.
There's Shaq.
Hello, Shaq. Shaq, your mood. Oh, okay.
Oh, yo! What's up, everybody? I
Hello.
don't know what that was. That took way too long. I need a new computer. What's going on, guys?
How you doing?
Round of Jeopardy.
Great. You guys ready for Jeopardy Part 2?
Yes.
Maybe.
Is
Absolutely.
Zach on here? I thought he was gonna play.
No, the only two is Dennis and Daniel.
Oh.
They rang in
Okay.
first, so
Oh, well, yeah. Okay.
you
Well,
can't have more than 3 players for Jeopardy, can you?
well, I mean, it would be a first.
It's only 3? Oh, so you cannot take anybody.
I mean, why not? You know, this is our version of Jeopardy, right?
I mean, I don't mind.
Yeah.
I don't.
As long as the Skype doesn't mess up.
Oh yeah. That's an annoying thing.
They may have improved. I saw a notification that you can now have 20 people on the chat on Skype.
Really.
So we're not sure that we haven't tested.
All right. Okay, Luke. Hey, man. Thanks so much for your super chats tonight. I really appreciate you. Who remembers what Zach looks like? He's saying that he face cam during the playoffs.
I don't think he's ever did that.
Shaq,
No.
did that happen?
No, I don't think so.
I'm fixed to say, I was like, okay, there's no way my memory is that bad.
Whoa, awesome Bootski jersey, by the way, Dennis.
Thanks.
Okay, so
thanks.
we've got our 3 players.
Check your message, on Skype message.
Okay, hang on. I'm looking. Okay. So. Yeah, I don't know, Shaq. It looks like we're already getting a lag. Like, it looks like my video is moving in slow motion or something.
It looks fine to me.
Okay.
Yeah, for me too.
Me too.
And Zach is trying to call in.
He has not called in yet.
Ah, okay.
I would have approved it, but there's nothing there. So. I just said that. I don't. Nothing's coming up. So. All right. I'm actually going to rearrange these windows real quick while we're waiting.
Oh, and Daniel, see it twice. I don't know if you saw what I said in the chat, but if I know you were talking about Nobu Uematsu. Final Fantasy VI has to be up there to me as far as soundtrack.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah.
I'm big on. I love 10s a lot. That was like my first Final Fantasy game I ever really played. He's great.
Yeah. Like it's a long list you could go through.
Yeah, but I hated the ending. It's all a dream.
Yeah.
Well, he's a dream. It's just
yeah,
him.
but what the hell?
Yeah, it's hard.
Zach.
Yeah.
Hello, Zach.
Hi.
Whoa, it's a little bit dark.
Yeah, I noticed. Hold on, let me see if I can fix that.
Yeah, when Aaron said movie scores and electronic music, I was like, oh my gosh, we like the same music. That's my favorite kind of music.
Yeah. And check, Peruka has more than EDM to it.
Oh, okay. Well, cool. Well, if you can get tickets for me, I'll definitely want to check it out.
Yeah, I already got tickets for the next year.
Tickets for what?
Ooh.
Perukaville. Techno festival in Weeze, Germany. I live 20 minutes from there.
Love techno.
Zach,
Love it.
Mm-hmm.
I have definitely never seen you before.
Yeah, this is the first time.
All right, I know I put on my face cam during the playoff game. It was the Ravens game, Ravens Titans. I definitely had my face cam on that.
If you did, you must have been in the dark or something.
I definitely was in the dark.
Oh, well then how would we know?
Because I told you I had my face cam on, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we couldn't see anything.
I can remember, Zach.
Nightwalker says he remembers Zach. Well, yeah, Zach's called in a lot, but he hasn't.
I know he always called in a lot, but
yeah.
And now I have for Jeopardy. So.
Well, you have to, because you can't play without seeing your face. All right, so are we ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Almost.
Okay.
So I've got, yeah, so I'm going to put Daniel's under mine and Dennis under there. And Zach, your scoreboard will go next to you. Okay. Okay, so Shaq, please go over the rules with our contestants.
Okie dokie.
We have had some difficulty with people trying to cheat the system, so.
Yes. The first thing I want all of you to do is put your hands out like this. Well, Dennis and Daniel already got it. Zach, put your hand out. and keep your hands where I can see them at all times, just like they do in Disney World. All right. Well, not like that. just keep your hands like close to you. All right. So, and if you want to buzz in after I read the question, so actually, you can buzz in even if you know the question. So that makes it more fun. But you have to call out your name, and the first one who buzzes in if they answer correctly, they get to continue on in the category. If they don't, then somebody else gets to answer, and they get to continue in the category. And remember, guys, all your answers have to have the what is, who is, where is format. Okay, that tripped up a lot of people the last time we played this game. So hopefully, So hopefully we get that squared away first off. Okay. So and there are 6 categories, and there are 7 questions for each category this time. But the 7th question in each category is going to be a bonus question. So that means the player who is in charge of that category, if they finish the category and they answer the question correctly, they automatically get a chance to answer that 7th question.
Only this player?
Yeah, only this player. If not, then it's a freebie.
Okay.
If they answer the last question in the category incorrectly, then it's a freebie for everybody.
Did we get minus points like last time?
Yep, you get minus points if you get an answer wrong. You get positive points if you get an answer correctly. And there are 3, except the $700 question.
Okay.
That question is, if you get it right, cool, you get 700 points. If not, then you don't lose anything. Okay. So it's a freebie.
Nightwalker is keeping track of the score.
Yeah, Nightwalker's going to keep track. And there's 3 daily doubles, and we know how those work, but we'll go over that once we get to one of them. And there's a final Jeopardy, and we'll get to that when we get to it. So with that said, you guys ready?
And turn off your chat.
Wait. Yeah, I think I need to get paper for the final Jeopardy, no?
You're right. Yeah, all of you get a piece of paper and a pencil or something so you can write down your wagers for Final Jeopardy.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that right quick.
Yeah, just wait a minute.
Yeah. And as they're doing
Get
that,
me one too.
You can play this. Perfect. I just wanted to get that.
Yeah, Zach is a Cowboys fan. Salami pizza. Every time I see you comment, I'm hungry.
I know.
You're like the pizza promoter or something.
I just had pizza today, so and it was really good.
Final Jeopardy.
And this is the Final Jeopardy is a really cool question. Just saying.
So, yeah, no, turn off the chat because people they play along too. So,
yeah,
no cheating. Okay, this is a fun game. There's no need for that. So,
no cheating. We're Patriots fans. Dang it.
Yeah, I know, but
all cheating accusations are false.
You're gonna have to.
Yeah, exactly. I'm innocent.
Everyone else is doing it. Right? Not.
More probable than not. Hell yeah.
I promise that I was videotaping the last show from the right sideline.
No, that we were just recording a documentary. That's all that was.
Just a documentary. I mean, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Just on, VonAllen Sports documentary.
And I was just recording Addie's answers, so it wasn't going to do anything anyway.
Well, I mean, if you record my answers in this game, don't worry, they'll probably all be wrong. So.
Addie did really good last week, and he was the week before, and he was drunk. So
yeah.
All right, hold on.
But then again, he always is. All right, you guys ready?
Well, he's a Browns fan. What do you expect?
Yep.
He can't help it.
Yes.
Hey, Browns fans got to stick together.
They drink and they lose things.
Yeah.
Oh God.
At least it wasn't their year this year.
Let's go.
All right, here we go. This is Jeopardy. Now, Aaron, who got on this call first? Meaning, like,
Dennis.
It was Dennerling.
Was it Dennis?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do it like the last time. pick a number between 1 and 20. I'm thinking of it. You get it right or close to correct, then we'll pick the category first.
12.
Nope. Aaron?
7.
Ooh. Okay. Zach?
19.
All right.
Like, I would go up
Daniel?
and down from
8.
7. Okay.
Aaron's
8.
right. It's 6. Aaron's right. So, Aaron, you get to pick first. Now, I'm going to give you the categories. You got them, right, Aaron, on the screen?
Yeah. You want to just explain
right.
each one when
Sure.
we hit it?
We get to them?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm
So, you get to
gonna
pick
go
first.
with cut short for. Well, I'm just going to fill it out. Cut short for 100.
All right. Cut short for 100. Now, this category is very interesting because the answers are all players who have their careers cut short. So that's what cut short is.
Ah, okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So you
Sounds
said
good.
for 100, right?
Yeah.
Life was promising for this dual sport athlete until he unfortunately injured his hip during a tackle and tried popping it back into place, causing damage to his blood vessels. This led to his retirement at the age of 28.
Aaron,
Aaron?
who is Bo Jackson?
That's right. For 100 points. All right, next pick.
Cut short for 200.
For 200, this safety was filled with promise until he was unfortunately shot at in 2007 due to a burglary at his house. He was only 24 years old.
Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron?
Oh, there was some kind of weird glitch or something. Who is Sean Taylor?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's 300 for you, Aaron, and you get to pick again.
And I think he would have been a Hall of Famer had that not happened. Just
Absolutely.
for the record.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Cut short for 300.
For 300. Crazy to think what could have been with this two-time Super Bowl winning running back. In 1999, he tore his ACL. Afterwards, he would miss 11 games in 2000 and only play 8 games in 2001. And then he was forced to retire in 2002.
Aaron.
Dennis.
Aaron?
Who is Terrell Davis?
That's right.
That's right.
So you have 600 now. Come on, you guys. What's going on?
Hey, I know Terrell Davis.
I mean,
Cut short
I'm
for
just.
four,
I,
cut short for 400.
All right, for 400. The Philly fans are nothing but bloodthirsty savages, especially when it came time in 1999 when they were cheering for the fact that defender Tim Hawk caused a spinal cord injury to one of the greatest wide receivers in the game.
I honestly
Dennis.
didn't understand your question, but Dennis.
Oh, Dennis Ranger?
Yeah. Terrell Owens.
No. So
Could
that's
you repeat
minus
the question?
400.
Yeah, could you repeat the question? There was a lot of broken words and I didn't
yeah.
get it.
Sorry.
No problem.
Maybe I should turn this off. Philly fans are nothing but bloodthirsty savages, especially when it came to the time in 1999 when they were cheering the fact defender Tim Hawk caused a spinal cord injury to one of the best wide receivers of the 90s.
Oh, Aaron.
Aaron?
Who is Michael Irving?
Yep, that's right. And yep, so you're 600, 400. You have 1,000, and you want to go for 5?
Yeah, cut short for 5.
All right. This man was only the 6th player to win the receiving Triple Crown, tallying a then record-setting 108 receptions in 1992 to go with 1,461 yards and 13 touchdowns. He broke his own receptions record the next year before racking up the 3rd most receiving touchdowns in a single season in 94. A neck injury ended his chances at adding to his stats.
Aaron.
Aaron?
Who is Sterling Sharp?
That's right.
wow.
Jeez.
You are a living lexicon.
1,500.
Dang.
I'm gonna go for cut short 600 so I can get that hopefully get the bonus. So.
Oh
cut
boy!
Short
Well,
cut short for 600, please.
for 600, you already got a daily double. So that means you have 1,500. You can let me see. The highest star value in a round is 1,000, but you can wager up to. You have more than that. So yeah, you can wager 1,000, up to 1,000.
Okay, I'll wager 300.
300. Okay. So the daily double cut short for 600. This defensive tackle was a part of Buddy Ryan's immortal gangrene defense, who terrorized NFL offenses in the late 80s and early 90s. After back-to-back first-team All-Pro selections, he was poised to lead the Eagles on a championship run when an off-season auto accident took his life in June of '92. Oh, by the way, Aaron can only answer this. So
I don't know.
don't know. Jerome Brown. So don't lose anything for that, and you get to go for the $700 answer. And here we go. Doctors felt that the repercussions of this quarterback continuing to play football after sustaining a concussion, his second one of the then early '99 season, were just too dangerous. His staff threatened to release him if he attempted to get back on the football field, so he promptly retired and left the game at the age of 37. Aaron?
Who is Troy Aikman?
No. Anybody else? You don't lose anything because that's a $700. But anybody else want to try it?
Could you repeat it? I thought the question was only for Aaron.
Oh he didn't answer it. He didn't answer it. So you guys can try it now. Doctors felt that the repercussions of this quarterback continuing to play football after sustaining a concussion, his second one of the then early '99 season, were too dangerous. The brass threatened to release him if
Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel.
Who is Steve Young?
That's right, Steve Young. So you got 700.
Good job.
Nice.
Nice job, Daniel.
Dang, Daniel.
Thank you.
You know what? I didn't think it was Steve Young, but after I said Troy Aikman, after it came out of my mouth, I knew it was wrong because of the age. I was like,
Yeah,
wait,
37.
Troy Aikman was not 37. He was younger than that. But I didn't even think of Steve Young. Nice job, dude.
Yeah, I know he was concussions cut his career short.
Yeah.
So,
No, that's a great one.
All right, so that category's done. All right, so but Aaron, I believe you had the last correct answer. I mean, the bonus one was 700. So
yeah,
but you
I did. Let's go with put me in coach for 200.
All right, put me in coach. This category is all about coaches.
Okay.
Go figure, right?
Yeah.
So, what do you want? 100?
200.
Or something else? 200. Okay, here we go. 200. Steve Spurrier's first head coaching position in the NFL was with this team.
Daniel.
Daniel?
Who are the Washington Redskins?
That's correct. 200 for Daniel. That makes it 900.
Nice job,
All
Daniel.
right, put me in coach 100.
Okay, let's get out of that. For 100, he had the shortest term as head coach.
Aaron.
Dennis?
That's tough.
I think Dennerling was just before you.
Yeah, Dennis, you were a little low, but I did hear you first. So go ahead, Dennis.
Who is Bill Belichick? One day as the Jets head coach.
Well, let's see. Do I take that?
That's one day as the Jets head coach.
You know what? I'm going to give that to you because you're right. But the way I had it was, I guess I had it as official head coach. He wasn't technically an official head coach. But I'll give it to you anyway because I said Bobby Petrino. He only had 13 games for the Falcons in 2007. He signed the papers and everything. But Belichick, I think Belichick is more correct. So
to be quite honest with you, if you had selected me, I was going to say Belichick.
I would have too.
Yeah. So
I'm good.
Dennis,
with it.
I would
right?
like to say Bobby Petrino.
Yeah.
By the way,
yeah.
screw Bobby Petrino. He's a piece of crap. So just to let you know.
Yeah. I'm a Louisville fan. I know him better than most.
That idiot took his crap from the Falcons and took it down to my home state of Arkansas. And,
Yeah.
And that was when they had Michael Vick at his, well, not peak, but almost peak.
Well, that's why he
left.
quit. I mean, that's why he botched it. He was brought to Atlanta to make Michael Vick develop his passing game. And there's no doubt that he would have done that. That's his thing. But with Michael going to prison, I think Bobby just mailed it in. Is like, okay, well, I'm not going to do this now. So that's what happened. But if Michael didn't go to prison, then Bobby Petrino stays. So, all right.
All right. So
Dennis.
Good job, Dennis. Dennis, you get to pick again.
Then stay in this category. Put me in coach for 500.
For 500, okay. This NFL coach was the youngest to reach 100 career regular season victories.
Aaron.
Aaron?
Who is Mike Tomlin?
No. Anyone else?
The youngest?
The youngest.
Dennis.
Dennis?
Who is Sean Payton?
Oh. What was that? Minus 500 for you.
Damn.
And minus 500 for Aaron, too. Zach? Daniel?
I have no clue.
Anybody?
Not worth the risk.
Okay. It was John Madden.
Wow, really?
Whoa.
Oh.
John Madden has 100 wins?
Yeah.
I didn't
He
even
was
think
the
he coached
youngest
100
head coach?
games.
Dang.
And he was young?
Yeah.
That's it.
Well,
I thought he was born as a 35-year-old. I mean, I can't picture it.
Every time I think of John Madden, I think of Frank Caliendo.
I know, man.
Every time I think of him, I see him in the booth.
Anyway. Let's see. I think, wait. You had the last correct answer, right, Dennis?
Yeah, it's still dinner.
So, still your turn.
Put me in coach for 400.
For 400. In 2018, what team had the largest coaching staff in the NFL?
In what year?
2018. 32 teams to choose from.
In quantity or mass?
If it's mass, I'm going with Kansas City.
Well,
Woo!
I'm not talking about centrifugal force.
Or the Browns. The offensive line coach of the Browns is one hell of a kind.
Yeah, but nobody can beat the woolly mammoth, Andy Reid.
Well, he's not a staff. He's just one guy. But yeah. No, I mean quantity.
If we're doing mass. So.
Yeah, if we're doing mass, yeah. But at what quantity? Anybody with a guess? Nobody? How much is
I can think.
I'm like, there's 32 guesses here, but
Nobody wants to risk 400, huh? All right. Well, right? You guys are all officially passing?
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. It's the Bills.
Oh, okay.
The 2018 Bills coaching staff was the biggest in 2018 with 28. The Patriots had 14. And they still do. They had 14 today. So they don't really like to hire a lot of coaches. But yeah.
I mean, Belichick probably fills like 3 or 4 positions a year, so they were like the last team I would have thought of.
I think Belichick is one of the only head coaches who would be a pro coach at every position.
All right.
Okay, put me in coach 300.
For 300. Okay. This NFL coach played for 2 arena football teams, the Chicago Bruisers and the Pittsburgh Gladiators. He also played in the Canadian Football League for the Ottawa Rough Riders.
Now it's getting hard.
That's what she said.
No one?
Did he play in the NFL?
I believe so. Well, I don't have that here, but I think so.
How much is it?
Aaron.
300. And you have 1,000, Aaron, if you're gonna guess. And Daniel has 900, and Dennis has minus 800. Zach has nothing.
Hey, 0 is better than minus points, all right?
True.
That's true.
You're sitting pretty on
All
a
right.
participation
Aaron.
trophy.
Hey, there's no wrong with that.
Aaron?
We all get trophies now.
Who is Sean Payton?
It's 2020.
Wow, how'd you guess that?
Are you
He's young.
Are you serious?
Are you cheating? Are you cheating? You're cheating.
Dude, I swear to God on my life, I am not cheating.
How did you get that?
He would have been one of the guesses I had too, because he's one of the younger coaches.
That's
Look,
great, Aaron.
you
That's
can see
really
my
good.
hands. Milena, look on my screen. Look on my screen. Do you see
I
anything?
don't think Aaron is cheating.
That's
He's
really
just
good,
being
Aaron.
lazy.
I don't know how you pulled that out, but that's amazing.
Okay. When I asked you if he played in the NFL, that was because I was thinking it was Sean Payton. I remember him being a backup quarterback for somebody and them talking about him once playing in another league, but I didn't know if it was international NFL, like the World NFL, what was it called? NFL Europe. But when you said NFL, he did play in the NFL because I think he was a backup somewhere. And I was like,
See, this should be thrown out. He got a clue. Of course, we all got it.
Yeah, hold on a second.
That is true. I shouldn't
What's
have
going
said
on here?
anything.
Just
I
give
shouldn't have
him the
said anything.
points.
Yeah,
but the host, the
You
host
can still-
complied. But
I shouldn't have listened to you.
We all got a clue. Alex doesn't give clues.
Addy is saying Jeopardy Gate.
But from the
This
very
is Jeopardy
from the very
Just
beginning,
suspend Aaron for 4 games. Tarnishes
from
his
the very
legacy.
beginning, I immediately thought either Sean Payton or Jason Garrett. So I already had it narrowed down to 2. And
Yeah,
with Sean,
those were
I took
two
a guess. I just as easily could have guessed Garrett. And that's why I asked you how much it was worth. I was like,
because Garrett was the one I would have probably gone with because he's younger, but I didn't know. I was so close to the lead.
That's a great guess, Aaron.
thanks, man.
I'm really shocked about that one.
Pulled that one out of my
All right.
ass. Yeah.
All right, so it's your turn to pick again.
Let's finish this. Put me in coach for 600.
For 600. Every football team has multiple coaching positions that work together. This is the number of different coaching positions on a football team. That's why it's 600. Hope you're counting them up in your head.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
I'm trying here.
Nothing?
Too much for my blood. Too rich for my blood.
I
Nobody
will
wants to
try,
guess a number?
but I'm
Not for
already at
600.
minus 800.
I'm willing to guess in my head only.
Okay. So pass officially? Pass?
Yeah, pass.
Pass.
Aaron? Okay.
Pass.
It's 11.
Okay, cool.
11.
Like that.
Okay. Well, I was
Yeah,
actually close. I was thinking 10, so.
You have head coach, defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, special teams,
Yep.
quarterback coach. You have, wait a minute, where's the other
Running
one?
backs coach.
Offensive line, tight end, defensive line, linebacker, secondary, and strength and conditioning. 11.
And it's if I don't know 100% sure, so if I was like at 10 or 12 or something like that, it's not worth 600. But I do get the 700 one because I cleaned out I finished the category. So
Whoa, I think Milena
No.
gets right. Milena gets right in the chat.
What?
Well, good for you, Milena. Milena said
Yeah.
11. I think it was way before I said it.
Well, that's just a low stakes guess.
How did you do that?
Wow, good for you, Milena.
Thanks.
Nice, Milena.
Oh, okay. You want to talk about somebody? All right.
Bearing.
All right, so since nobody answered that, this $700 question is for everybody. It's a freebie. All right. These are the 5 most notable coaches with special teams backgrounds who have won Super Bowls. Name them, and you have to name all of them, all 5.
Jesus
Isn't
Christ.
that kind of
Yeah,
subjective?
what?
Special teams backgrounds, meaning that they
They were the
you
special
know.
teams coordinator. Yeah.
right, or they had something to do with it. Yeah.
But I mean, what makes them more known than someone else?
If you know one, you know. If you know
I-
one, then you know the others.
I only know 2. That's it.
I know one.
And again, this is a freebie. You don't lose points here, and you can get 700 possibly.
Okay. Aaron.
Yeah. Aaron?
If I'm wrong, just stop me, and so I'm not guessing a bunch. One of them is John Harbaugh.
That's right.
The other is Bill
That's
Belichick.
one. That's 2.
Yeah.
Um, Oh, Mike Tomlin.
No.
No? Okay. I'll stop there.
Okay. So you have 2 now. Anybody else want to fill in the blanks? Alex Payne in the chat makes a good point. So what are those dudes in Buffalo doing? I have no idea. That's a lot of people, though.
Are they throwing anything on the field during Patriots games?
Yeah,
I like
maybe
that.
those.
Oh, so Sissy wants me to read the question again. So 5 coaches, notable coaches with special teams backgrounds who have also won Super Bowls. We already have
Are they current coaches or just from any time period?
just coaches from any time period.
Okay.
I'll throw
And
one out.
Harbaugh and Belichick.
I threw him blue.
Zach?
Yeah. Bill Parcells.
Nope.
All right.
I think we spent plenty of time on this.
Yeah. All right. So Dennis and Daniel passing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Harbaugh, Belichick, Bill Cowher, Dick Vermeil, and Mike Ditka.
Ditka, really?
Ditka was
Oh,
a
okay.
special teams coordinator.
Yeah.
Nice. I didn't know that.
Man.
Learn something new every day.
All right. That's put me in coach. That's
That's
that category. You have 4 more categories left. Aaron, still your goal.
All right, let's find out here. Blow the whistle for 100.
Blow the whistle. All right. Now, this has to do with rules. It's basically NFL rules. There's one question in this category that doesn't have to do with rules, but when we get to it, I'll tell you. But yeah, all these questions have to do with NFL rules. All right. So where do you want to go?
100.
100. Pushing or holding the receiver's arms or jersey as the pass is thrown.
What about it?
Aaron,
What?
Aaron?
What?
what is pass interference?
That's right. It's a
Oh,
rule.
okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay, okay.
Now
I said NFL rules.
Yeah.
Well, no, I
I
didn't know
know.
if you were
But
like
it
talking
didn't-
about like how many yards is it, or are you? Okay, you're just
Do
describing
you want
the
us to
penalty.
name the rule? Okay.
I'm describing what the rule is, and you have to give me what it is.
All right, I get you.
All right. So that makes sense.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Okay, blow the whistle for 200.
Before the snap, a defensive player illegally crosses the line of scrimmage and makes contact with an opponent or has a clear path to the quarterback.
Aaron,
I heard. What was that?
Daniel.
Was that Daniel?
Daniel beat
Yeah,
me.
that was Daniel.
What is offsides?
No. Wait, is that outside? Oh, it's not outside. No, it's not.
It's the other one.
What?
Zach.
Aaron,
What is
I was
infringement?
I was the second
Zach's
one. but-
right. Zach's right. I heard Zach.
Oh,
What is
What did you-
infringement? So.
Encroachment. That's right, Zach.
It's me. Well, I was just saying, me and Daniel called in at the same time, but Daniel beat me by like a second.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, then you still could have called in afterwards, but Zach did.
Zach is just getting on the board.
Yeah.
Let him have it.
I know.
Yeah,
Do you hear me?
200.
Do you hear me arguing?
I'm just like,
Yeah. What?
No, I was trying to explain what I was saying. That's all. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Zach, your pick.
Blow the whistle 300.
Blow the whistle for 300. To block by grabbing a player's clothing.
Dennis,
Aaron.
Dennis?
what is holding?
That's correct. 300 for Dennis.
Blow
And
the whistle
you're-
at 400. Just take this.
To be past the ball before it is snapped.
offense or defense?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Zach
Zach?
is offsides.
That's right, Zach.
Huh?
Or it could be
can a
false
player
start.
Get past the ball before.
Well, no,
it
a
was
false
snapped?
start doesn't have to be past the defense. Doesn't have to be past the ball necessarily. So yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, but the ball has to be snapped. If you can pass it.
Or it's before. I mean past. Past as in ahead of.
The defender
Gotcha.
running past. Yeah.
Right.
I got.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was how much?
That was Zach for 400.
For 400. Okay.
Pick again, Zach.
Blow the whistle 600.
Oh, for 600. Okay. The yard line that the receiving team is placed on if you kick the ball out of bounds off of the kickoff.
Aaron.
Zach.
Dennis,
Aaron?
What is the 40-yard line?
That's correct. Now it's your go again, Aaron. That was 600.
Just one moment. Can you? We have a bee in our room.
Oh, no.
someone allergic to bees?
Yeah, Milena.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, it wouldn't matter.
I hate these.
How did that get in here? I'm so sorry, guys.
bees
Give me
didn't
one
do-
moment.
No
It's
problem.
okay.
Well, if a bird gets in there with the bee, then you can put that on that new tier you were talking about.
I have to take care of it.
Be signing up for that tier.
You'd really have to be a member if you want that.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Shaq, how long did you search for these questions?
About 3 hours.
Wow.
I did it on Thursday night.
Well done.
I took more time on the category names than the questions. Because I wanted to find like punny or like pop culture references or something like that.
And the 600 question from Blow the Whistle was the one that's not connected to.
I'm just really glad Put Me In Coach has a comma.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm
thank
very
you.
happy
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, that's all I'm glad we have our grammar right.
Yeah.
Nothing
Especially for
else.
that one.
No grammar Nazis here.
Is the bee gone?
I'm just saying without the comma.
It's stationary. What do you
sounding-
mean?
Yeah, but it's put me in, coach,
What?
not put it in.
Put me in, coach, or it's put me in, coach.
Then I'm minimizing
Or
the
it's
window.
Whoa.
Put it in, coach. That's the extra category
Put it in.
Aaron has talked about.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Or
Now-
or
now-
just
now-
be
now-
there.
now- Now his channel's not gonna be monetized now.
Oh.
Hey, super chats still work, you know?
Hey, we still have the category blow the whistle.
Blow the whistle without
Yep.
even taking it to dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whistle hasn't even had a chance
Okay,
to get to know
I'll
you.
finish it up. Blow the whistle for 500, please.
Okay. To snap the ball and hold the ball for 5 seconds. For 4 seconds, excuse me.
We're talking about flag football now.
No.
You talking about two-hand touch? 1,000,
No.
1,000, 3.
Anyone?
Daniel,
Daniel?
what is giving yourself up?
That's not a
don't know.
rule.
I don't know that. Well, no, when you give, no, it's like when you slide and you give yourself up, so you don't have to be touched to be down, that kind of thing. I don't know what the name of it is.
No.
Because
Anyone
otherwise,
else?
A rule.
Dennis?
What is becoming a runner?
No.
Then I don't know what you mean with that.
You'll see when I give you the answer. Zach? Aaron?
Nada.
is this that one that really isn't a rule?
It's a rule that gets on my nerves. Nothing?
And I have as much minus points as
Aaron?
As Aaron has points.
Oh, okay. So it's intentional grounding.
If you hold the ball for 4 seconds, it's intentional grounding?
If you snap
No.
it and hold it. If you snap it and you hold it.
How many quarterbacks hold the ball for 8 seconds if the line held?
I mean, do you not move? Do you just hold it and not move?
Yeah, if you just hold it and you're not moving.
Oh, okay.
It's a rule. It's a rule.
All right. I mean,
Okay.
I don't like the
Sounds
rule,
like-
but I guess.
I don't like
But it's
it.
like if you're but if I'm standing in a clean pocket for 4 seconds, I don't know why you would call it that. But all right.
Wow.
Blame
Rule
that.
from-
Don't blame.
I don't think that's not something that comes up very often, is it? So,
Don't blame Roger Goodell for the rule.
was that that was 500, right,
That
Shaq?
was a $500 question. So the $700 question is for everybody.
Wait, that was 500 though, right?
Yeah, that was 500,
That
wasn't
was
it?
500, and
I should be down to 4.
yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure.
Okay.
Dennis, ouch.
Yeah, I have so many minus points just that you have points, I think.
Okay. No, you're only negative 500. But...
No problem.
All right, Shaq, let's do it.
All right. So it's for everybody. It's worth 700. This is the year that NFL officials adopted rules specifically for the NFL and discontinued the use of collegiate rules.
Can you repeat the question, please?
This is the year that NFL officials adopted rules specifically for the NFL and discontinued the use of collegiate rules.
This is a freebie, right?
Yep,
Aaron.
it's a freebie. Aaron?
1940.
No.
Daniel.
Daniel?
1963.
No. Dennis? Zach? Nothing?
Dennis?
Yeah. Dennis?
1951?
No.
Oh.
Zach, you might as well take a guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say
Zach,
19...
Zach, go earlier. No, I mean, go more recent.
Don't
All right,
tell
I'm
him
gonna go something random. I'm gonna just say 2004.
Then
No,
it's 69.
Not that recent.
Hey, oh, fuck.
Aaron was actually the closest. It's 1933.
Wow,
All right,
okay.
well.
Okay, so I guess that still
All
leaves
right,
me. Grab bag.
That's
I think it's
cool.
self-explanatory.
Grab bag. Yep.
For 100.
It's anything. Just like Potpourri from the last time we played.
Okay.
So for 100, this is the brand of football the NFL uses.
Aaron,
Aaron?
what is Wilson?
That's right.
Grab bag for 200.
For 200, this is the AFL's first team.
Wow.
Aaron.
Aaron?
Who are the Kansas City Chiefs?
No.
I thought of that too.
Really?
Yeah, really. Nope.
But they were the Dallas Texans.
Nope. Well, at least it's minus 200, so it's not too bad. Anybody else? You guys are gonna really.
How is that possible?
No, I'm not.
The first team of the AFL.
AFL.
Wow.
Nope.
All of you, man, are gonna just.
I don't think so.
Anything else? No.
Just,
no.
I just imagine KC because of the AFC Championship trophy.
Well, Lamar Hunt started the AFL, so I thought it's his team. It's got to be, right? So
yeah, I thought the same.
Yeah.
There's a team much earlier, I can tell you that much.
Then tell us.
You know who this team is? The Boston Patriots.
Oh, of course.
What?
1959.
And
What
KC
league were they in?
Wait, which one did I see?
What
yeah,
league,
it's 1959.
what league did they play in?
I told you they were the first in the AFL.
The AFL started in 1960.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see. Because I know I had it up here. Okay, here we go. Yeah, original member of the AFL. They founded in 1959 as an original member.
Oh, cool. All right.
Okay.
Interesting.
Fair enough.
Good to know.
Yeah.
I think it's still on
All right.
Dennis, right?
Is it Dennis's turn? It's Dennis's turn. See, that wasn't too bad though. It was a $200 question.
No, it was interesting. I think that's cool.
I'm learning a lot here.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody would have thought it was KC, you know? So
Yeah.
After it wasn't Casey, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the time I was out of that question.
I thought you guys would guess Patriots because Patriots, but oh well.
Well, after me, when you
I
were saying,
would have guessed it, but I didn't want to lose any more money.
Yeah, I just started making money. I don't want to lose it.
Yeah.
Okay, Dennis,
grab
go
back
for it.
300, please.
This stadium hosted the first Super Bowl.
Oh, Aaron,
Aaron?
Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum.
That's right.
He didn't
remember the
say
name of
it as a question, Dennis.
Oh, none of you have. None of you have been answering the woman question.
have.
To be honest with you,
I have.
Oh, maybe maybe Daniel has, but a lot of you haven't been.
Actually,
So-
that's the first time I haven't done it.
Yeah, that's the first time Aaron did
Oh,
it.
okay. Well,
So we're gonna have to rewind all this tape. Figure out who's all behind me.
I'm gonna Ed Hockley the situation. Okay, I'll Ed Hockley it and just move on.
It's like we have replacement refs here.
Grab bag for 400.
For 400, okay. He was the first left-handed quarterback to win a Super Bowl.
Dennis,
Dennis,
Steve Young. Who is Steve Young?
that's not right.
Someone before Steve Young?
Yep.
How much is this? 400?
Yeah.
400.
Oh, Aaron.
It's like I have to guess, but I don't want to lose.
Aaron?
Who is Terry Bradshaw?
No.
Shit!
Aaron, calm down. You have 1,800 points.
Yeah, but you know me, I'm crazy.
I'm at minus 900. I must take risks now.
I'm trying to put you down like a rabid dog.
Anybody? Daniel? Zach?
I'm battling between two in my head.
I have like 3 guesses, and I don't want to lose 400 points over it. Because I'm
Hey,
hammered.
Pass.
could you put the scores up if you know them, so I can see them?
I am passing right-handed on this question.
Zach, are you passing too?
Yeah.
The answer is Kenny Stabler, the Snake.
Okay, I don't feel bad now because that was
Yeah,
not one of my
don't
guesses.
feel bad. Didn't know who that was. We're good.
Never.
I know he is.
didn't guess
That wasn't
that.
my guess.
All right, Aaron, you pick again.
Grab bag for 500.
This stadium has been used the longest, and by what team? So it's a two-part answer. This stadium has been used the longest, and by what team?
Dennis.
Dennis?
What is Lambeau Field, and what are the Green Bay Packers?
That's correct. 500 points.
Nice job, Dennis.
They've used it since 1957.
I was considering.
that or Soldier Field,
I was
I thought.
considering.
It was either
Soldier
that or
Field.
Soldier.
Yeah,
That was the other one. That was the one I was thinking.
I was thinking Soldier Field. So Dennis got 500 for that, right?
Yep.
Woo!
Nice job, dude.
Try to get you out of those negatives.
Grab bag 600. Just clean this category.
Okay. This is the exact distance between the goalposts in the NFL.
Aaron,
Dennis.
Aaron?
Damn it.
what is 120 yards?
Nope. The goalpost.
Ah, it's between.
Oh!
Okay.
Nice.
Wait,
Nice.
does somebody else want to guess?
I'm glad I did because I was thinking like he was.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
I
the
was too. I was like, oh,
What
okay. I'm
tricky
glad you went first,
question.
Aaron.
When I
Thanks,
called
man.
when I was talking to Jared last night about like we knew that you were gonna say that. We knew you were gonna say that for the yards. I was like, oh, this is gonna get it.
Oh,
Great question. Brutal.
Anybody else?
I didn't know it.
Daniel, Zach?
I've heard the dimensions, but I can't remember them.
The answer is what is 18 feet and 6 inches or 6 yards?
Nice. Oh, look at Aaron. Look at Aaron. He's so pissed right now.
That was a good question.
But Aaron, to say, I think all four of us would have answered 120.
Yeah, Alex is right. I meant
Yeah.
the uprights, in between the uprights.
Oh, if you said the uprights, that changes everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
well, that's
I'm
tough.
not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that for a $600 question. All right, and this is worth 700. This is for everybody. This player had the highest number of jerseys sold in 2018.
Dennis,
Dennis?
who is Tom Brady?
No.
Oh,
Daniel.
But you don't lose any money.
yeah, I
Dan-
know.
Who is Patrick Mahomes?
Nope. 2018.
Can I guess again?
No.
Not until the other two have him.
Okay. Aaron,
Guess, Aaron?
no minus points.
I have a feeling I'm gonna kick myself for the right answer.
Tom Brady sold the most merchandise, but not jerseys,
Okay.
in 2018.
Yeah, Tom is always up in the top three, so
Alright, I'm gonna
took
try
this.
something.
Go for it.
Aaron,
Zach?
Because of the Cowboys fan base, I'm gonna say who is Dak Prescott.
No.
All right.
Aaron?
Aaron,
They don't even buy
who
jerseys.
is Baker Mayfield?
I guess that's no. Is it Lamar Jackson?
Addy bought like 50 of those, so that's probably. But no, it's Khalil Mack.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Wow.
Oh, because he went to the Bears.
Oh,
Yeah,
Right.
That's
Remember?
sounds legit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Really?
Nice.
I do remember
player.
seeing something about
that's
that.
a good one.
Dang.
It makes sense
Cool.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But this offseason, Tom Brady is number one again.
Because with the Bucks. So
Almost
That's-
all of Florida's number one.
I don't think he is number one. I think he's like in several spots, but not
no,
one. Isn't
number
he?
one is that Tua.
He is.
Yeah, Tua.
Tua.
Well, if
Yeah.
you do total sales, he might be number one if you combine all the jerseys.
Right,
Yeah.
Tom's got more in the top 10.
Right.
All right. So who answered the last question correct? I don't even remember now.
Who is Dennis?
Oh, nice, Daniel. Nice.
I don't know. Was it the chat? No.
It was me.
Was it? Oh, it was Dennis. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have a choice between this category is brought to you by and root for the home team. These are my favorite categories, by the way.
Okay. Then you said it so nice, so I go with root for the home team.
Okay.
How
For
much?
For 300, please.
300. Okay. This category is all about mascots. So I'm going to give you the name of a mascot, and you're going to tell me what team they root for.
Okay.
All right. So for 300, TD.
His name is TD?
His name is TD. Anyone?
No. Never heard of a mascot called.
No, I haven't heard of it either, so it's not a popular fan base, apparently.
All right. So I guess everyone's passing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Miami Dolphins. You would think it. You would think, yeah.
You mean Snowflake died?
you would think it would be named Flipper or something,
Flipper,
right?
yeah,
It's a
Flipper.
dolphin. Nope, it's TD.
That's like little Sebastian dying.
Well then.
All right. Dennis, pick again.
Root for the home team 200.
Okay. Captain Fear.
Daniel,
Daniel?
who are the Buccaneers?
That's correct.
Nice.
How much was that for?
200.
400. Root.
Okay. Okay. Sir Purr.
Daniel,
Daniel?
who are the Panthers?
That's correct.
Wow. Good job,
Oh,
Daniel.
Purr. P-U-R-R.
R. Yep.
I see now.
Oh, how cute is that? All right.
They didn't mean per as in for every. But,
Yeah.
for 500. Root.
Okay. 500. Chomps.
You got it? Good job.
Anyone? If I did like last time and gave you a hint, you would, all of you would know.
Go ahead.
Huh? Did you buzz in, Daniel?
No, I was just saying, please, no hints.
Oh, okay.
I pass.
Zach?
I'm passing.
Aaron?
I-
Had no idea.
Daniel, you're passing too, right?
I'm passing. I can't remember.
It's the Browns.
What?
If I said Addie knew that one,
You know why that makes sense? Because it's close to champs, but not quite.
Yeah, it's Chomps.
So you
that's-
you
that's
mispronounced
close to
it.
Chumps. Yeah,
You
that
said
makes
his
sense.
name was Chumps.
No,
Yeah,
Chomps.
that's
No,
chumps. That makes
Should
sense.
jump.
He's called
Should be
Chump.
chump.
That makes more sense.
Sorry, Addie. I'm sorry, Addie. I hope you're not
Sorry,
fuming
Eddie.
right now.
I think if they win the Super Bowl, they should be called the Addies.
Give you a dog check. Woo!
Dog, check.
Woof.
All right, Dennis, go ahead.
That's
No,
me.
Daniel.
Oh wait, Daniel. Sorry, Daniel.
600.
600. Oh, wait a minute. It's the Daily Double.
Do, 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 do.
I don't have the sound, but oh, there it is. So, how much do you have right now? Where's
I have 1,000.
1K.
Does he have 1,000?
Yeah.
Well, you can wager. Well, you can wager up to that right
I
now.
will wager 300.
300. Okay. The Packers mascot.
I didn't think they had a mascot.
Wow.
Is that your answer?
Who is nobody?
You're right. They don't have a mascot.
Good job, Daniel.
Okay then.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think they have one.
I thought you would get tripped up over that, but that's good.
100. Let's finish it up.
All right. Blue.
What?
Blue.
Oh.
Oh, Dennis?
Who are the Indianapolis Colts?
That's correct.
Yeah.
All right. So,
I was waiting on the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I was thinking he was gonna say Pat.
Yeah.
well, we
I
know
was hoping for Pat.
The only thing we have left
did I
now is...
Did I get the $700 question now?
Well, yeah, you get first dibs at it, and then if you get it wrong, then everybody else gets a chance to guess.
Yeah.
So, for $700, Big Red.
Big Red?
Yeah.
Who are the Kansas City Chiefs?
Aaron.
No.
Aaron.
Aaron?
I know this because I actually hung out with him. He can do backflips
Oh,
too.
of course you know.
In that uniform, the Arizona Cardinals.
That's right.
Never would have guessed that.
How dare you mention another soda on this channel?
Oh God, that stuff's disgusting.
Oh, that's great soda war.
All right. Wait.
Big Red.
Clear that category right now.
Ooh, I'm in positive points. Nice.
All right, we have one more.
Welcome to the club, man.
We have one more category left. This category is brought to you by which, Dennis? Which one do you want to pick?
100.
All right. Well, let me tell you what this category is. I said this category is brought to you by, and the brought to you by is a hint because it's all about the NFL's advertisers. So these are all.
Oh, that's hard.
Yeah, these are all. These are all
Because
questions. The people
I
who do
don't
business
see
in the NFL.
advertisers from the NFL
Oh, okay, yeah.
in Germany. That's
But you might,
okay.
but you might know some.
Can we
Okay.
take a moment to admire Daniel's
Oh.
cat's
I was
tail?
just about.
He was rooting me on during the mascot category.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's how you
Dang,
figured out
messed
the
up.
Panthers.
He's
Yeah.
You got some.
Osmosis.
Oh,
So when Shaq said purr,
suspicious.
the kitty goes Panthers.
He could have been.
You understand that
Wow,
if
so-
you understand that if you got that wrong, I was going to jump in and say Bengals. I just to let you know. So. Okay.
Well, answering Bengals only makes you lose, so it's
True.
good you didn't.
See, look,
Okay.
that's another good point.
All right.
I'll check.
Yeah.
So
For
we're
100.
ready, right?
Yeah.
For 100. The the caffeinated drink that sponsors the NFL, along with 15 of the 32 NFL
Daniel,
teams. Daniel.
what is Pepsi?
That's right.
Sorry,
you know what?
Aaron.
I feel
like
I
a
thought
hypocrite now.
I thought he said decaffeinated.
Oh, D.
I
Oh.
swear.
Well,
I swear. I thought he said.
I said
Yeah,
de.
because you
I said decaffeinated.
Yeah, I thought you said decaffeinated drink, and I was like,
Oh.
"Fuck is that?"
Yeah.
Um,
No, I said
Mountain Dew or
the
something like
caffeinated
that.
drink. All right, Daniel, your pick.
200.
All right. the official pizza sponsor of the NFL.
Dennis,
Daniel.
Aaron.
Dennis.
who is Papa John's?
No.
Daniel.
Daniel.
What is Pizza Hut?
That's right. They used to be, but
You
Yeah,
were thinking,
I-
you were
I-
just thinking Peyton Manning.
Yeah, I thought of Peyton Manning, and then yeah.
You forgot that the Papa John's guy said something naughty.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, but I didn't get the commercials. It's only a break, so yeah.
And Peyton also kissed Papa John, but anyway, live and let live.
Yeah, living.
Again,
At least they didn't go full Bronco.
Yeah, in the minus points again. Nice.
Hey, you're all by yourself in that category.
Yeah.
That's special.
So you're unique, and that's great.
Yeah, like you have some. I don't. Negative.
Daniel,
Negative.
300.
300. This gaming company has just renewed its exclusive licensing
Daniel.
contract.
Sack.
Daniel?
EA. What is EA?
I guess I'll take it because it's EA Sports, but I'll take it since it says EA.
You're also supposed to finish the question first.
No, he said we
Yeah.
didn't have to finish the question
I
anymore.
said you didn't have
He
to.
said we could
but-
interrupt.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's
In the
why
beginning,
I didn't call in. I was waiting to finish. I was like, okay. Was that
Go ahead.
300? Okay.
That was
Yeah.
300.
All right, 400.
What the hell's going on?
Daniel?
What is AT&T?
No. See, I didn't finish.
I didn't hear a question.
Right, you should let me finish the
I
question.
should have let you finish.
Yeah.
I had a feeling when you. Yeah.
Finish the question, please, Shaq.
Go ahead and finish.
Okay.
No, actually, my whole system froze up. Like everything froze. I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, no problem. Daniel answered wrong.
My wrong answer was AT&T.
Yeah.
So it's not.
Well, okay.
AT&T
What's the question?
No.
So just say.
Yeah, I'm gonna read the question. The most expensive stadium in the NFL is home to these two football teams.
Oh.
Anyone?
I know the two football teams, but I didn't. But I didn't
I'm
know
afraid to
the
touch
name.
that. I'm afraid to touch that because
Yeah, there's two of those, and I'm like, hold on.
yeah, but no.
I think it's the one.
Anyone
No,
want to
I don't.
guess?
I don't want to touch that one.
That's what she said.
Yeah, it is actually.
Nobody wants to touch it.
No, because I think there's a technicality involved. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, the answer is the Los Angeles Chargers and the Los Angeles Rams.
Okay. Now here's
Yeah,
why I
what's
didn't
the
answer
name of
that.
the stadium?
Here's why I didn't answer that. Because it's not their home yet.
Right.
Yeah,
But
it hasn't
the most
opened yet.
expensive stadium.
Well, right,
Yeah,
but
I
so
thought
I
we
was like, if
must
not,
name
then
the
that's
stadium.
MetLife. It's MetLife, right?
Right.
But if you're counting, if it's home, it's not their home yet. So
Not technically, but it will be.
I didn't.
So-
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I didn't want to touch it.
are we
I
in
didn't
the
want
future
yeah,
here?
So
Yeah.
Damn.
But
I thought
SoFi Stadium is worth $4.8 billion. So
Wow.
that's what makes it the most expensive.
Yeah, I thought we would we should name the stadium and not the teams.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why you needed to listen to the full question. And people are saying that they didn't hear. I believe it was the gaming question. Yeah, but it was EA Sports. But
Which I kind of buzzed in immediately. So
yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
once you
so,
said gaming company, I knew what it was. So
yeah. All right, so are we going for 500 now?
yeah, 500.
Okay. Oh,
Daily double.
yeah.
Pew pew.
So how much do you have, Daniel?
I have 15.
15.
Let's wager. Let's just do 500.
All right, 500. When television networks that cover games pan the sidelines, there are coaches and players using this company's tablets to track and analyze the action.
What is Microsoft?
That's right.
that's a $500 question.
I would know that.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ,
No,
that's a 100-point question.
I thought some people would
Good job,
know
Daniel.
about looking at the tablets.
There's
But yes,
only
it's the
two.
Surface-
It's either Apple or Microsoft.
Well, it could be,
It
Toshiba.
could have been
or
Amazon,
HP.
but yeah.
HP.
Come on, dude. We've seen Tom
Yeah.
Brady break those. We've seen Bill Belichick break them. Yeah.
We see Aaron Rodgers throw it away.
All right.
That's famous right there.
Yeah.
All right. So for
We've seen
600
Pittsburgh complain that they're not working.
All right. So
Uh,
this is
Finish
in
it up.
this U.S.-based telecommunications firm has the biggest sponsorship agreement with the NFL, worth $300 million. Dennis.
Who is Verizon?
That's right.
Wow.
Oh.
Well done,
Okay.
Dennis.
That was good. All right.
Nice.
And now the $700 question. Dennis
Wait.
gets first. Okay.
I got to put the points in. Okay.
Okay. Dennis gets first dibs at this.
Hang on. What the hell's going on?
I don't know. There's something with the internet.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, I didn't ask it yet.
Okay, good. Sorry.
I was just saying Dennis gets first dibs at this question, and
I
then.
don't know what's going on. The system keeps
You're
freezing
up
on me.
to-
So
Oh, okay. Well, we won't have to use it after this. Now, this is for you. Yeah, Dennis first.
Okay.
Players who want protection for their eyes and faces must use visors supplied by this company.
Who is Riddle?
Aaron.
No, not Rick.
Aaron.
Aaron.
What is Oakley?
Wow. Yeah, you're right.
Good
700.
job, Aaron.
Yeah.
Nice.
So they used to wear dark visors, but the league banned them eventually. But now they can wear clear ones, and they have to be from Oakley.
I think Riddell makes the helmets.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes helmets. All right, let's see. All right, so that's it. That's all the questions.
So it's Final Jeopardy?
Final Jeopardy time. You guys have your pens and paper?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the category?
The category is Hall of Famers. Okay. So you guys now make your wager on. Let's see how many points does everybody have so they can know what to wager.
Ask
I have
Walker.
2,000. I have
I honestly
2,000.
don't know.
Aaron has 26. I have 2. Zach has 6. Dennis has 7.
Okay. So everybody's in the positive, so nobody gets to be kicked out, right?
Nice.
Sweet.
That wasn't the case the last time, but great.
Yeah.
All right, so everybody's got their wagers?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Let's do it.
All right.
My handwriting's going to look really terrible, but okay.
Same.
Okay. The question is, this state, the category is Hall of Famers. The question is, this state has produced more Pro Football Hall of Famers than any other. Ready? Here we go. All right, you guys done?
Yeah.
Aaron's still writing. Zach?
Hmm?
Zach's
I'm good.
doing his Jalen impression right now.
Yeah.
I'm here. I have a.
All right, so who has the least amount of points?
Zach.
Zach.
Zach. Okay, so Zach, you give me your answer first.
California.
That's incorrect.
Sweet.
So what was your wager?
600 points.
600. Was that all of it?
Yep. I was just gonna save it all away to here.
So you go down to 0.
Sweet.
right.
Let's go.
So
By the
now
way,
who has?
Shouldn't everybody be showing their paper right now?
Yeah, you should show it. That way no one can change
Yeah,
it.
everybody should. Yeah. So
I mean,
your
my
answer.
handwriting's just
everybody.
that bad, but
My answer's written on my paper. I hope you can read
All
it.
right. Wait, back it up a little bit. All right, so you wagered 700, and your
Where's
answer,
Daniel?
It's Texas.
Texas. You're right, Dennis.
Wow, well
You
done.
get 700. Daniel,
Nice.
what about you?
I wagered a very obnoxious $750.25, but I got it wrong. I said California. So
Yeah,
no, I'm
yeah.
wrong.
Aaron?
oh man.
I risked $0. What is Texas?
Yep, you're right. So you get nothing, but I believe you win because how much is
Yeah.
that?
Aaron won. Good job, Aaron.
Thanks, man.
He stays at 2,600.
So
Yeah.
the fourth week in a row, you won. Yeah, so Texas has the most Hall of Famers at 30. Pennsylvania is second with 27.
You know,
Wow.
Pennsylvania actually crossed my mind first. That's the reason I didn't wager. I was like, oh, so. But
Yeah, so great job, Aaron. Once
you
again.
can
And
never
great
know
job-
for
I
sure.
feel
so.
like I gave you a good run for your money.
Yeah.
You did.
I knew I was coming in last. I was just
Living-
saving up and
living
gonna risk it all at
legend,
the end.
Aaron. Nice. But 1,000.
No, technically,
Nice.
Dennis, I think you ended with more points than me because of your last wager.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me
it could be.
let me correct everything. So Zach, how much did you wager?
He wagered
I-
600. He wagered everything he had, so he has nothing.
Well,
But
makes
hey,
sense.
came in here with nothing
Dennis,
and left
I
with
think-
nothing. I'm all good.
Dennis ended with 1,400. Zach 0. I think I end with 12.50 if I'm taking out the quarter because I'm a jerk. and then you with 2600.
What is yours, Daniel?
Because of my wager, it's $12.50 or $12.49 and 75 cents.
Jesus.
35.
I'm not writing all that. Okay.
So $12.50. We'll round up.
Yeah, I just put it at $12.50. Daniel, great job, man. You had me at 2,000 to 1,900 until that $700 question.
Honestly, the bet at the end was the thing I was most cautious about. I was like, I don't know what you're gonna bet, and I thought about just betting like 101 because I thought you might bet 0. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that in Final Jeopardy, I've seen people lose and win games on the Final Jeopardy because of wagering. So
Yeah. Or it would have been 601, I guess, is what I would have needed to get. But yeah.
Okay, let's see what we got going here. I just opened it up. Oh, thanks, Maria. Yeah, this was a great game tonight. This was.
Yeah.
That was
That
fun.
was a lot of fun.
That was very
Indeed.
good.
I was more focused tonight, but there
And I
was just.
and I
some
wasn't
stuff that
interrupted
was-
this time. Thank
Yeah.
God.
That's
No
true.
problem. Who interrupted you the last time?
My dad. We had a
Okay.
lot going on last. We had a lot going on the last time, so.
Yeah,
But
no
this
problem.
time everything's good. So. Whew.
Yeah, the thing about this style of game is that if it's a category that you're weak in, then that you're kind of screwed for that whole sequence. Like the rules was very odd. I got some of them, but there were a few that caught me. So.
I told you I don't like that intentional grounding rule, but
Yeah.
when I looked at it, I was like,
That is a deep cut.
That
this
was
Yeah,
might
it
confuse
is.
people. I said I'll do it.
Good
That's a
good
deep
job,
cut.
Shaq. Shaq, your research was great. Good job.
Is it true that Verizon is from a TV network?
Well, I said telecommunications.
Telecommunications. So it's
TV,
my
phone,
it's my phone
internet.
service provider right now. But
Yeah.
Again, Daniel, great job. You're the closest anyone's ever come in to
Yeah.
defeating me.
Cool.
Oh, thanks, Alex. I appreciate that. Alex saying he learned a lot of new trivia tonight.
Yeah.
I learned a
Daniel,
lot too when I was
The
reading it.
intentional
Yeah.
grounding was damn.
Yeah, that was a tough one. That was a tough one.
I always see Brady get called for that, and I'm like, what is that? And so when I saw it, I was like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense.
Brady?
I mean, it's a product of him knowing when to throw
Yeah.
the ball away, but
Now-
you're gonna mess that up if you do it more than most people do. Although I think Aaron Rodgers now is the league leader in throwaways for the last year or so.
Yes. Last year it was Brady. The year before it was the 2 years
Aaron.
prior it was Aaron.
Yeah.
Because he just shitted on McCarthy's play calls.
No.
When you look back on it now, it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Hey, I also won.
Oh, Milena, she beat this little sucker down, dude.
Nice.
So
Oh,
the whole time she was gone, she beat it down.
Battling, yeah.
Did she say death to the opposition? Death to the opposition.
Yeah, you should have seen my look. It was a comedy.
Aaron,
Tragically,
did
but-
you get super chats during our Jeopardy?
Let me look. Oh, Milena.
Just in case we forgot to mention someone.
I don't see any.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Yeah, me
Okay.
too.
Yeah, I don't think we got any super chats.
Sorry, guys. I like going back through the chat to see what people were saying during the game. It's funny. So, guys in the chat, how did y'all do? Did you play along?
They
How many
did pretty
questions?
good from what I saw.
Yep. Several people said what I thought. The Chiefs, the Dallas Texans
Oh,
became
yeah.
the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, no one guessed the Patriots. Jim Plunkett, that's a pretty interesting guess. I can't believe I said Terry Bradshaw.
Oh, for the left-handed quarterback?
Yeah.
Oh.
But that's what I try to tell people is that when you're playing the game, it's different than if you're just watching, you know? Like when you're playing, you second guess yourself, or then you think of something and you're like, maybe I'll try to get away with that, you know?
I haven't come back.
Right, guys? It's different when you're the contestant, right?
Well, yeah. If you're just in the crowd though, you don't have to beat a buzzer. You don't have to be the first one to answer.
You
You
don't
have
do
to
any
think more
second guessing.
strategically.
Yeah, you
You
don't
have to
think about
more
the other
strategically
things.
about when you answer.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your sister chimed in. She watches the show? Damn. Cool. We have 2 Bulgarians watching tonight. Oh, Maria. Maria said, Daniel was great. So close. Proud of you.
Yeah, Maria was kind of my cheerleader before this, so I had her and the cat.
The cat, I love the cat. So, while Milena's gone, she's murdering an insect. Typical.
No bees were harmed in the making of this VAS live.
Typical.
I mean, yes,
But they are about to
But
be.
they were.
Hey, listen, I know how that is. I had to try. I was chasing down a bee at 4 a.m. who somehow managed to get inside my house. Look,
I know there's a
That's-
PETA,
that's
but
rough.
is there a beta?
I don't know.
Because they would be the ones to look out for. Beware of beta.
I don't know exactly what this was, but it was pretty loud and
Well,
threatening.
Cheers.
It's an interesting kind of bee, one I've not seen before. But
Yeah, it may not be a bee, maybe something.
The Bulgarian bee.
Yeah.
Bulgarian bee.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Has it blue wings?
No.
No.
Why?
Because that's a sort of bee that's coming to Germany right now.
Really?
It's not
Like
angry
a-
at all.
The frame is different now. Yeah, so that was good, Shaq. I can tell
was
you
fun.
researched. You
Great show,
dug
Shaq.
deep on some of those. Except for that Microsoft tablet. I cannot believe that was a 600 question. That,
The
Microsoft
goalpost was a
tablet.
good question too.
I don't know what you're talking about. I thought the tablet question was fantastic.
oh, I'm sure you
Yeah.
did.
Hey, you got it right. So yeah.
That was
you
gut wrenching for me
1,000.
because, well, that pissed me off because it gave him the lead, and I was like, "Hey, I won't lie, guys. I'm like Brady in competition. I'm hardcore. Like I want to win
Yeah.
every time, but I'm not a sore
Hey, I'm
loser though. So
I'm like the Cowboys. I know I wasn't winning the big game.
I promise you though, if and when I lose, I will be very proud of whoever does that. So.
But Daniel, I think after you heard the question
This is-
of Microsoft, you thought, man, why didn't I wager 1K points?
No, I'm usually comfortable with what I wager. I mean, strategically, I mean that it did put me up 100 when I answered it. So at the time, it was fine. But I'm not gonna go Monday morning quarterback on it. So
Yeah, there's so many angles because let's say I wagered 800 points trying to outmaneuver you just in case, you know?
yeah,
And then I get it wrong and then you didn't do anything at all and I go negative and then just by virtue of that I lose, you know? So
Yeah.
there's so many angles, and I was like, you know what? I was basically thinking to myself, Final Jeopardy question is probably really hard, and so I just took the odds and thought, you know what? I'll just sit where I am. If Daniel gets this, then dude, he's the man. So that's where I went with it.
So we just need
here's
to
the thing.
get
When
more
you
points than
play
you
Aaron-
before the Final Jeopardy.
What, Dennis?
So we just need to get more points than you before the Final Jeopardy.
He did.
Exactly.
Yeah,
He did.
Part of the thing is like when you play Aaron, you have to kind of hope he sort of beats himself in a few ways.
Yeah.
Like you have to hope he takes a few risks that don't pay off because I mean I know going in I don't have nearly as much knowledge, so I have to think very strategically about when I answer.
I was just kind of hoping you would
the only
always go
question
long
I
and
actually
get it.
really regret is the rule question that I chimed in on because I didn't even have a firm grasp of what I was even trying to describe, rule wise. I just had a guess. But
Yeah. But
that was
props
a
to check.
very high risk move that I probably shouldn't have made.
Now,
Props to check for making questions to lurk Aaron into false answers.
that's what I was about to say. I still want to protest the 400 points I lost for the goal post question.
No. That was a good question.
That's fair game.
And that was a very good question.
Brilliant
I like
question.
it.
It wasn't worded correctly.
Matter of
It
fact, I
was
think you should
correct.
do more of those, Shaq. I would
understood
appreciate
it.
it.
No, they didn't. They admitted that they were going to say 120 yards.
No, I was not going to say 120 yards.
Bull crap.
I
Prove
would
I was
agree with
Are you a lawyer?
Nobody was
I would
thinking
agree, but-
uprights. Nobody.
It's so
I would
funny.
agree,
Nobody.
but I got a
I-
trick question right with the mascot, so
You did.
there's a couple
So-
trick questions thrown in there.
It's so funny because when Jared and I were talking, we were going through the questions last night, and I said, Aaron's not going to get this question. He's going to think that it's 120 yards. And that's exactly what she said. And I was like, I can't believe it. Like, he did exactly what I thought you were going to do.
You know why you thought I was going to do that? Because
Why?
it's logical.
Yeah.
That's why.
Do you-
All of us would have said 120 yards.
But you know what? I
we
did redeem myself with the Sean Payton. The
Yeah, definitely.
so that was good. Let's see here. Murder hornets. Uh-oh. Are those coming back again? You know what?
well.
It was one in your apartment.
I completely missed that whole thing. Something about murder hornets. What the hell are those?
It's a Japanese hornet that they're responsible for quite a few deaths over there, and they, I guess, migrated over to the United States. So
Well, after seeing the United States, I think they'd want to go back, but
I think they did because we don't hear about them anymore.
Yeah, you ever heard about it?
I was like, yeah, I would probably want to go back too.
Either they all got coronavirus or they had the wrong opinion. It was one or the other.
Yeah, they were burned down in a riot. That's all.
I noticed coronavirus is magically gone.
Yeah. Like, they don't want you to go to church,
Right.
but protest
No
is fine.
Right, nobody's social distancing. I know that much.
Yeah.
Hey,
No,
guys,
no,
think
that's
about
not-
it.
seems to be
Just
fine
2
with
weeks
that.
ago, Tom Brady couldn't high five his partner
Yeah.
on national TV. That was just 2 weeks ago. Think about it.
Yeah.
What do you think, Todd Gurley? Will it be a good fit with the Falcons?
I think so. Yeah.
It will be if he can still produce. I mean, I don't know if his injury history is going to just plague him forever like Brandon Roy's did in the NBA, but if he can get back to, 80, 90, 100% of his health, I mean, he could be great.
I
So
just
it
don't
would
think
be-
he's that same back.
Yeah. I'm inclined
Maybe-
to think he's not the same anymore, but you never know. It
Maybe
could
I
just
still
be
think
that.
next Jeopardy.
80% of
Carries
what he is
cut
was
short.
still better than Devontae Freeman. So
Yeah, I mean, that's what you hope for. That's what you hope for.
Yeah, but Freeman can't hear what Matt Ryan says, so I think everybody is a better back.
he might pick up a weak side block against Dante Hightower too.
Maybe.
I mean, he wasn't much help in the Super Bowl 53, so
I think
You
he's
know?
gonna. I think he's gonna be able to be fine though. I mean, their offense is loaded. I mean, with Ridley and Jones and
Yeah.
Hayden Hurst catching passes, they probably won't be keying in on their running game. So
Yeah.
as long as he gets enough carries,
I'm more worried about their O-line than anything on that offense.
As long as Gurley is manly, he will be fine.
I always thought that was a weird name.
But
Don't worry. If the Falcons underperform, they can still blame Dan Quinn, so it's all right.
I don't think the Falcons are capable of underperforming because we don't really ever know how they'll perform in the first place.
You know what? Fair point.
They're
Okay,
really
so
all
Addy-
over the place.
Addy sends a $2 super chat. He says, "Hey Vaughn, check out our Skype chat. Here's why. 2020 can't possibly get any worse. Next month, Belichick signs Patrick Mahomes." Well,
No,
for
that
everybody,
would-
that's
that would
for
make
everybody but
2020
us.
worse.
Because I will,
Yeah,
ta-
I
I
don't
will
know
take,
It
what
would be
you
pretty
do
bad
by
for us too.
I would take
Because
Mahomes
watch
in a
how
New York
everyone
minute.
would turn on him.
What?
I would not want. I would not want to sign him just because of his girlfriend. Ugh,
Oh yeah,
she's annoying.
that too.
I am willing to
Media
put up
turns on.
with his girlfriend to have Patrick Mahomes. I am more than willing to put up with his girlfriend.
And as a Tom Brady fan, I wouldn't want that necessarily, just because then the non-stop comparing between the two would just get irritating.
If he's winning, then bring on the comparisons. I am all for it.
Actually, that right there is one reason why I was like kind of not wanting us to pursue Aaron Rodgers. Because if Aaron Rodgers, guys, think about this. If Aaron comes over and even has a 10-6 season, he's going to be the savior and all this, and then everything's going to be like, oh, see, if we had Aaron Rodgers 10 years ago, he would have won a million Super Bowls. And so just from
Exactly.
that alone would have been obnoxious. But
Yeah.
Well, but the good news is he wouldn't win that many Super Bowls if we did pursue him. So, I mean, it'd be put to rest, after a little while.
you talking about with Aaron?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh,
there's no
we would-
way he'd catch Brady that we just suddenly brought him in.
Well, we wouldn't win a Super Bowl at all with Aaron Rodgers because we'd have to clean house to fit him in the salary cap. So,
Definitely, we'd either have to get rid of our defense or just proceed with a bad offense, and we know how Aaron feels about bad offenses.
yep. And you
Hey,
bring
he's
in
Captain Checkdown
Aaron.
now anyway, so
You bring in Aaron. That means you got Dante's got to go. Gilmore's got to go. Devin probably has to go. I mean, you're going to have to
Yeah.
really get rid of everybody, all the big names. So
well, I mean, we're gonna have about 100 million cap space next year if the cap proceeds
Right.
the same anyway. So
Yeah.
I don't think the cap will raise because of the virus. I think
Well, yeah.
it will stay the same or go down a bit.
We're still gonna have a high amount either way, though. We're gonna be in really good
So-
shape cap-wise.
oh yeah, we're going to be in good shape, and we have one of the best cap manipulators in the business.
Yes.
it just comes back to
And
bite us.
manipulate does not mean cheat. It means manipulate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When people watch this, they'll be like, "Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
of course."
Oh, yeah, they're Patriots fans are
Belichick
such
just
cheaters.
know how this cap works. If we see Brady got good enough contracts to stay here, and he's only taken how much? 15, 20 million from our cap now after 20 years playing for the Pats.
13 million
30 million. That's low.
guys.
No, that's. I mean,
I'll-
yeah, that is low.
Yeah.
but it's
I'll
like
tell you this.
13 million for
years-
someone not on our roster.
Around 2014, I thought, my God, because I didn't know if Tom could make it to this age, because you just never know, right? So in 2014, I thought it's possible that Tom is over in a 2 or 3 years, okay? And I was thinking, my God, we're going to get hit so hard with all this backloading contract stuff we've done with Tom. How many times have we redone it? I said, man, when he leaves, we are screwed. And in the end, we were on the hook for $13 million, a measly $13 million for 20 years of that.
And 6
I mean,
championships.
it did
and
screw
9
us this
appearances.
season, but yeah.
It's
Yeah, but
nothing.
this season
It's
is
nothing.
over already.
I'll take that over. Yeah.
Yeah, because
No,
listen,
Yeah.
I'm saying, but just like, still.
this is
1
this
year.
is basically what the deal is. We're paying Jarrett Stidham $13 million. or $14 million because he's only costing
Basically.
800,000. So if Jarrett even plays halfway decent, if we go 9-7, that is something a $14 million quarterback would have done for you, right? So it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. It's no different.
Isn't he like $500,000 or something like that?
I think
No,
it's more like
Well,
100,
he means
but-
he means we're
800.
paying the position that much money.
Oh, okay, right. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So you just think of it that way, basically. It's like if we didn't have Jarrett on that deal, we would have to pay a Derek Carr or a Matthew Stafford or somebody 15, 20 million or Cam Newton or something, and we didn't have to. And I think that's a great thing. And that's when I
I'd
said
be more
about
comfortable paying
signing
Phil
Cam
Stafford.
Newton was dangerous. Because if we signed Cam Newton and he wants 15, 20 million, he's actually going to cost us in the 30 million range because of Tom's 13 million. We had to remember that. And so there's no quarterbacks available that's worth that.
Yeah.
Okay, Alex
I don't
Payne
know. I
asked a
would've been
good
comfortable with
question, and I want to
Stafford.
answer this for him. Alex says, whatever happened to Josh Rosen? Top 10 pick, but his teams keep falling in love with next year's guys. Okay, Alex, here's what happened. Josh Rosen jumped off the Hindenburg and ended up landing on the Titanic.
Yeah. Bad spot after bad
good.
spot.
Yeah,
It's a song of ice and fire.
there you go. Yeah. I mean, this dude has been just his luck is garbage.
What team do you think takes him on next?
Oh, that's a good question. I
I mean, let's be real though. I mean, is it possible
The
that Josh
Jaguars,
Rosen's just
Jaguars?
not that good?
I mean,
It-
no,
it's
it's
always possible.
but it's also.
It's very. I mean, it seems likely at this point he's just not that good.
but I just want to say, look at
I
Alex
can't
Smith.
tell. I haven't seen him in a spot where he could succeed.
Let's
But I
look
mean,
at
if you're willing to play Ryan Fitzpatrick in his place, I mean,
Yeah.
how
Well,
good is it?
Fitzpatrick sometimes is also the second coming.
He is sometimes, but I mean, Miami was in the dumps. We knew they weren't going to do anything. So if they really felt they could have had something Rosen, but they didn't even bother to try it then. I mean,
I know,
I
but
just-
they also could have got Tua. So at that same
well,
point,
they
they're
could,
like,
but
"All right,
I mean, wouldn't you rather find out if you even needed to begin with? I mean,
I guess, but
Fitzpatrick plays in spurts. Like he has 4 games where he's like like MVP caliber, and then like 12 games where he's just absolute dog crap.
All right, here's the thing, guys. A lot of times these quarterbacks, their whole history, if you go back and look, a lot of time coaches are the reason they become who they are. Alex Smith, okay? Alex Smith didn't become what he was supposed to be until Jim Harbaugh. And after that, he hooked up with Andy Reid, another good coach. So that clearly Alex had it in him, but how many years did it take of just nothing, doing nothing? And then you got a case of Aaron Rodgers, for example. Mike McCarthy fixed Aaron's mechanics. So what if
True.
Mike McCarthy doesn't coach on the Packers? Is Aaron Rodgers Josh Rosen? You see what I mean? How do we know Josh Rosen isn't one of those guys who needs the right coach, and then all of a sudden we're talking about him as if he's MVP? I really believe that coaching is very important to a lot of these players. There's some guys who are just who they are. But in Rosen's case, it's probably a coaching issue. So
very possible.
And I've also heard that he's kind of cocky and very arrogant when he came into the league. Very Aaron Rodgers-ish.
At the very least, I've heard he's very outspoken. But, I mean, that's not necessarily bad. But my impression of him is that he's fairly arrogant.
Yeah. And that might have rubbed people the wrong way in Arizona. And then once he was sent to Miami, then who knows what happens, So, but what we found out with Miami, and this might be a good reason for it, we found out that Miami had trouble with the offense because it was too complex. So that's why they fired Chad O'Shea, our former guy. And
Isn't that a shame?
they made a point They made a point, though, to mention that last year, the only player who didn't have an issue with it was Ryan Fitzpatrick. Maybe that's why he was the quarterback and not Josh Rosen.
Yeah.
He did go to Harvard, so.
Yeah.
And he's also an experienced NFL quarterback.
As far as Fitzmagic goes, he would be like a D student at Hogwarts.
Yeah, because too often he turns into Fitztragic.
Not very magical.
Yeah.
Well, he was pretty magical week 17.
Shut up.
Yeah, like I said, he passes.
But
He's
but
a
I
D
don't-
student.
I don't know what happened with our defense on that game. It was terrible.
Oh no!
Well,
after
it's
we
also-
became the
it's just-
boogeymen,
How,
it was
how-
over.
How could you be beaten and burned by Fitzpatrick?
No, Dennis.
Once we got the nickname,
Hey.
it was gone.
Hey, Max Kellerman just said on First Take that Tom Brady lost that game.
No. All I remember is he went off the field with the lead in the last 3 minutes or so,
Yes,
and then
yes.
our defense just let Fitzpatrick do what Fitzpatrick does. No pressure, no covering. I don't know what happened, and we lost the game.
You know, Aaron, I've got an idea for you. You should have like the 4 worst analysts' takes on Tom Brady and call it like the gospel of stupid.
Which 4 though? There's
Well, we know
plenty of people I
Parker,
could put.
Kellerman, Sims.
It's
There's
easy.
3 of them.
No, Parker, Kellerman, Sims, and
Or
the
Nick
idiot
Wright.
with the ugly nose.
Nick
Nick
Wright.
Wright.
Nick Wright. Yeah.
Squidward.
Nick wrong.
Squidward.
Nick wrong.
Yeah.
Gonzo, I call him.
Gonzo, yeah.
That's another good one.
No,
We
no,
can
no,
add Shannon
because
Sharp to that list.
because Gonzo's actually cute. So,
Yeah.
you know, dude, I don't. You'll never hear me make fun of someone's looks, except him. He is the ugliest person on television. I mean, he is so ugly, it's distracting. Like, I can't even hear what he says because I'm just staring at how ugly he is. It's. Have you
I
ever heard
wanted
that
to
old
copy-
saying? You have a face for radio. You know that saying? That's him. He's got a face for radio.
Well, it's a good thing his show doesn't come on like at night, because he would scare a lot of people with that face.
Oh yeah.
Problem is, he doesn't have a voice for radio. Or a brain for it.
Aaron and I wanted to copy him, but I didn't find much space for all the articles where we won the Super Bowl, so I can.
That's unbelievable. I can his room. Oh my god.
Shaq.
I just needed more articles with New England Patriots Super Bowl champs. Then they will go under these jerseys here.
So Shaq went to college for journalism, and Shaq, I want you to back me up on this. Do you remember a time where a journalist wouldn't in a million years put up any hint of a team that they back or they grew up watching? Not even a hint,
No
not
way.
even a speck of it.
No.
That wasn't that long
You
ago,
would never
guys.
know what team they're rooting for unless
Have
you
no
ask
clue.
them. And
Yeah.
then even then that would be like, what? Why are you asking me that?
You'd have to figure it out based on where they were raised or something, but
Yeah.
you wouldn't really get a full picture of it. And now they're full on fanboy mode. It's insane how things have changed.
And it wouldn't be so bad if their fandom didn't like pepper their opinions, but it very obviously does.
Right. Like, for example, I can talk
Like
about any
Mexico-
team at any quarterback without my Patriots bias getting in the way.
Dissing,
What did you say, Shaq?
without dissing them, like, because Max Kellerman, we know he's a Giants fan. Like,
Mhm.
he doesn't have to have like all the pictures behind him like Nick Wrong does, but it's obvious. Like, everything he says is tainted towards that,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't change.
Yeah. I mean, nobody. I probably can't stand Aaron Rodgers more than anybody on the planet. Okay. I think that's been made very clear from me. But I still tell the truth about him as a quarterback. It would be idiotic of me to say, "Oh, Aaron Rodgers sucks," or "Patrick Mahomes sucks." In fact, when I was making those videos about is Patrick Mahomes overrated, it had nothing to do with Patrick himself. It had something to do with what the people were saying about him and the expectations he can't live up to because they're impossible. The hype, yeah.
And you were even proud of Rodgers this season because of his behavior after Game 5, where he get it together with his coach.
Wow, dude, you really watch, don't you?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's right. I gave Aaron Rodgers credit because I saw growth. Now, before that, I kept preaching in my videos. I said the guy's arrogant. I don't see him as a team player. I don't think he's a good leader. And then all of a sudden, he started showing signs that he was kind of going into that direction. And then I gave him credit when I felt that he did. Still can't stand him, but I will give him credit for that.
I get this vibe now from Mahomes. If he doesn't throw right or something like that, he always turns away and blames it on the receiver. I never saw him, oh, it's my fault.
Right.
He just shakes his head and thinks, oh, you could catch it.
Yeah, it's weird. Yep. But I don't know. I guess I want my quarterback to throw for 505 yards and no interceptions, and then after the game when they lose to say, I could have done more.
Yeah.
That's what I want out of my quarterback.
Yeah.
So
the problem is he just fumbled the ball. One defensive play.
Yep.
But
that Eagles Super Bowl should have been our first Super Bowl blowout.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's no reason why it shouldn't have been. That Eagles team was not better than us, and I don't care if anybody thinks that I'm hating, because I give credit to the New York Giants. I've always given them credit. Okay? They whipped our ass in 2007. That defense just punished Brady, and in 2011, I actually think they were better. I think they were the better team.
I agree.
I think we were a worse team than they were.
I agree completely.
And I don't like the Giants. I mean, they took our 19-0 season away from us. And I have nothing against the Eagles. I don't even care about the Eagles. Like, they're not even a thought in my head. And yet, I can't stand that because I'm telling the truth. We never should have lost that game.
Yeah.
It is
after 1 or 2 quarters, even Bill must have admitted that he should maybe let Butler play just to see if it's better.
Absolutely.
But
definitely.
But it's not only on Butler. The whole secondary was awful.
The entire defense was garbage. Yeah. It was awful.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you couldn't tell me that Stephon Gilmore was out there because I didn't see it.
Yeah, and we couldn't get any pressure to Nick Foles.
The problem is too is psychologically. How many times we talk about, as Patriots fans, we know more than most people about the psychology of a locker room, because that's very important with the Patriots. Yeah. When you get together right before a team and you find out that one of your buddies, okay, Malcolm Butler is an essential player on the Patriots at the time, and you find out right before the game that he can't play, that psychologically screws everybody up.
Yeah. But he was bad in the playoffs.
He was, but I'm just saying though, but even that alone just psychologically messes with you. So maybe he was bad in the playoffs, but you dressed him. So maybe let him out there sometimes. Maybe you don't have to play him the whole time.
And it wasn't like Eric Rowe was tearing it up either.
Right.
I was gonna say, I would have rather him out there than Eric Rowe.
You still don't psychologically mess everybody up, and you still don't divide the guys, right?
Yeah.
And then you don't get Tom Brady giving Bill Belichick an evil eye every time he comes off the field. So that doesn't happen anymore. So, I mean, in Tom Brady's mind, he's probably thinking, I don't know, but I'm guessing he was thinking, Malcolm Butler won us the Super Bowl, dude. He deserves to get to play in the Super Bowl. And I think that probably crossed Tom's mind, especially after halftime. So.
Yeah. He could have just thought, what do we have to lose by trying him out at this point?
Yep.
I still think if Brandon Cooks doesn't get hurt, we win that game.
Yep. I think it's a nice comparison if we see the Seahawks Super Bowl and I think the 49ers first against the Bengals. Butler catches the football, and the play before Montana makes the last touchdown of the game, defensive back of the Bengals had the ball in his hands and just dropped it. It was a safe interception.
Mhm.
That's the opposite. Just no concentration. Lost.
Think about this. We didn't have Dante. If Dante was out there on that defense, do you really believe he would allow some of that crap that went on?
No.
Exactly.
No.
Oh hell no! They just
We
ran
didn't
the
have
ball down our throats.
him. We didn't have Edelman.
No Edelman.
Uh,
Do you think? I mean, it's just there's
Cooks
certain
got hurt
guys
really
that we
early.
had to have. Now, listen, we beat the Falcons without Gronk, but we had Dante. So
We also had
And
Bennett too.
Edelman.
okay, so we had Dante to keep the defense in line. So offense wasn't our problem with the Eagles. It was the defense. That was the issue. So.
Yep.
That Super Bowl right there will always haunt me the most. Nice, Dennis.
Yeah.
Cheers, buddy.
Just get Coke to sponsor this channel.
We're working on it.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? This is a good time to ask you guys. With the memberships, is there any things that you would want to see as far as perks go?
I don't know. Maybe if you you have Patreon, if you just can make the same amounts of video available for the members on YouTube,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
that would be awesome. So you don't have to be Patreon and YouTube member to see exclusive content.
So it's just either or, whichever one you decide to do.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
get the same exclusive content.
Oh, we have a super chat. $2 from Addy. He says, "I want my quarterback to win us the Super Bowl."
Yeah.
Which one?
Which one? Baker Mayfield,
Case
Whatever's
Keenum.
coming next.
Definitely Case
Tim
Keenum.
Tebow.
Next year's.
Tim Tebow.
Addy, I want your quarterback to win their division. Then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
I do too.
Why don't
I
we
would like
just
to see the Ravens lose.
Why don't
I
we
don't
start
know.
at week 1 and just go from there?
The Ravens are going to lose their division, but not to Cleveland,
I
to Pittsburgh.
hope so. I'm okay with that. I just want to see Lamar Jackson just get knocked off the high pedestal everyone has the Ravens on.
How dare you?
I don't care. I mean,
How dare
look,
That's
I'm a
my
Cowboys
guy
fan,
right
and I
there.
get hate anyways.
That is
I-
Louisville.
Oh crap! That's right. He was a
Heisman
Cardinal,
Trophy winner.
Louisville Cardinal.
He's a Cardinal.
Eddie,
Even
I-
Johnny Unitas didn't win us a Heisman. That's our Heisman.
Eddie, I think the
And
quarterback
how
closest
would
His
you
play
root
style
for
lasts in the NFL, and everyone
you wanna-
has him as the second coming.
If
So
you
I'm
want
like,
to root
okay.
for Cleveland to beat Baltimore, fine, I can live with that. But Pittsburgh, that's disgusting.
I don't care
That's-
who beats them. I just want them to lose.
Disgusting. The Steelers.
I even if the Bengals want to do it, I'm okay. I don't care.
But it's the Steelers. That's disgusting.
Eddie, I think the quarterback closest to winning you Super Bowl was Eddie Testaverde.
Is that Vinny's brother?
Sorry, Vinny Testaverde. So,
Actually, I think Bernie Kosar was probably closer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bernie was
Two
Bernie was
AFC
the quarterback
championship
of the
games.
drive, wasn't
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So he had him the closest.
But in recent time.
he? Well, I mean, recent time, he's probably the longest tenured
30
Browns
years.
quarterback they've had since then.
And then you had
Unfortunately.
that dude Brian Sipe who won the MVP in 1980 for them, but that didn't really help them get to the playoffs. But listen, the Browns should have been in the Super Bowl. They should have. Okay, and it's just so. I mean, if you're a Browns fan, it's got to be so just gut wrenching. But at least a Browns fan can, I guess, be happy that Denver got destroyed. But
And that they didn't have to be.
I'm a
mean,
little
'cause
different.
that probably happens to them, too.
I mean, I'm a little different than other people. Usually, I tend to go for our conference. So if we don't make it, I like to be able to say, well, we lost to the Super Bowl champs. You know, I don't want to get beat down, and then that team gets beat down. It's like, ugh. It's, you know,
like Baltimore last year.
Yeah, and that pissed
Yeah.
me off with
Yeah.
Yeah, remember when
They
we
were so
lost
bad.
the 2013 AFC Championship game to Denver, and they beat us
Yeah.
pretty badly, and
Yeah.
Wasn't
then
it
they go to the
down to
Super
the
Bowl
last
and
play?
get wiped out, and I was so angry about that. I was like, my God, I mean, we could have put on a better performance than that.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, it's Tom Brady. Of course you would have.
Yeah, we're not going to lose in a blowout like that. That's not going to happen. And so
Was
that
it
made me mad. You
2013
know? Huh?
or 14? Where was it 2013 or 14? Where it comes down to the last play, Brady got hit hard. Yeah, I think he was sacked 8 times or something.
Are you talking about against Denver?
It was
against
15.
Denver.
That was
It was
20.
And it was a
15.
2-point conversion that
2015.
didn't happen, and so they won the game.
That was 2015.
Yeah, it's
Oh, okay.
2015.
And that was then Denver.
That was
won
a
the
hell
Super
of a game.
Bowl.
And they hit him 20 times.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
they hit
a
him.
hell
They
of a
sacked
game.
him.
That
I
was
think they
such
sacked
a
him
game.
like it, but they hit him 20.
Even
The funny
when
thing
we
is, like, we did not play well in that game, and yet
Yeah.
Brady almost brought us back. And
Yeah.
Denver thoroughly outplayed us, but somehow we were still
yeah.
in it.
Yeah, well, that was the year when Jamie Collins couldn't cover the corpse of Owen Daniels.
Well, that's the reason why we got.
Twice.
That was the reason. That game right there was the reason we got Skarnecchia back. So I was like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
right, because Brian
that was-
Stewart kept tipping the snaps.
yeah.
Yep. That's I can tell you guys, there's only 18 of us now on tonight, and I appreciate you guys hanging in there. So I'll go ahead and give you a treat. I'm going to tell you what the first 2 Brady Hate episodes are about. Episode 1 is about Max Kellerman.
Nice.
So
Easy target.
well, it's something he
How
said.
long is this episode? 5 hours?
It's going to be like a 25 minute episode, but it's about him. He said that with a straight face, he said that Tom Brady, the addition of Tom Brady, is not why Tampa Bay Buccaneers are Super Bowl favorites. He said,
Oh, okay.
he said that if it was Teddy Bridgewater, they would be the same.
I saw that video.
Yes, he did.
Stephen A. Smith just exploded on that one.
I got Stephen A. Smith's quote for this. Lay off the
The
weed.
Yeah. I think it was the first time I saw Stephen A. Smith call Max Kellerman a liar live on TV.
Yep. And the reason I picked this one, because you could say, well, why this one over any other stupid thing he says? It's because it gave me a door to show off something. And what I'm showing off is I'm showing the statistical difference of when it was announced Brady was leaving the Patriots and then going to Tampa Bay, and the massive difference in betting. So I'm showing Vegas's reaction to it. Now, the reason that's important is because Vegas, they don't care about if it's Tom Brady or Peyton Manning. They don't care who they are. All they care about is what their experts tell them. So they just know the history of that guy. It doesn't matter if it's Tom Brady. Oh, they hate Tom Brady or not. If you don't like him or not, they don't care about that. They just care about what will be. And it gave me a chance to go back several years and show when famous quarterbacks either move or get injured, and you see the shift. And then when I show the shift of Tom Brady going to Tampa Bay, dude, it destroys every argument there is. It just kills it. That's not the only, but it's one of them.
I was wondering if you had also heard, like, when Max said that you could put Joe Montana on Tampa Bay now and they'd get just as much hype.
Yeah, I heard that too,
Yeah.
and
I would like to see Joe Glassbones Montana to get hit by one linebacker in this age, and then we would all say, "Oh, Joe Montana got hurt. We must save our quarterbacks."
Exactly. And by the way, these betting odds that went up after Tom arrived, that was before Gronk. Gronk actually, his addition didn't actually move the needle that much. Not as much as you'd expect, but it was all Tom. And we take a look at Drew Brees when he announced that he's going to come back for another year. It didn't move all that much. And then when we looked at the Colts and they signed Phillip Rivers, nothing. I mean, it didn't. All these movements of veteran quarterbacks didn't change anything, except for Tom. Oh, by the way, the Carolina Panthers. Teddy Bridgewater didn't move the needle whatsoever for them. So
I think the last
they
time
lost
they,
Kuechly too, so.
they changed it so much was when Peyton moved to the Broncos.
Yep. That created a huge difference.
Yeah.
Rightfully so.
I mean, if we want to talk places where a quarterback can change and not change anything. If you go to the Saints, they were arguably just as good with Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah.
Where's all these system quarterback accusations?
With Teddy Bridgewater.
Oh yeah, no, they'll never say anything because Drew Brees was their golden boy.
Well, it's because it's anybody who's not Tom Brady. They're not going to say that about them.
That's what I'm saying. Okay,
Yeah.
When Bridgewater was playing, the Saints were forced to play together more. So everybody else was forced to raise their level up. It's kind of like when Tom was suspended for 4 games and the team was like, "Listen, guys, we need everybody to step it up until Tom comes back." It's basically what the thinking would be, and they did that. Everyone just elevated their game. And
they were 5-0 with Teddy
they're
Bridgewater
5-0,
as
yeah.
quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. I just thought, okay, maybe stick with Teddy and just see where it goes. Just even if Brees sat on the sidelines, I think Belichick would have gone with Bridgewater if they went 5-0.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember that episode, but I had suggested to stay with Teddy Bridgewater, and why risk Drew Brees? So why not just let Teddy play out as long as he can? If he keeps winning, cool. But then if he runs into a roadblock where it's not happening, now you've got Drew Brees without any injury, completely healed, and it's a win-win. So I was against Drew coming back so early, and plus I thought he's risking himself because of stats.
Yep. And Teddy Bridgewater, by the way, another Louisville guy.
That's right. So where did Shaq go?
Didn't understand it either. Zach?
I'm here.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, Shaq.
I'm here.
I'll wait for
Can you see me?
Shaq to come back. No, I can't see you.
I can see you, Shaq. I can see you.
Yeah, I can see you, Shaq.
I can just hear you. It's eerie.
Really? All right, let me try this then. Can you see me now?
Yeah, I see you now.
Now you're back. Okay. So
Okay.
the second episode is you ready for this? It's about the Patriots fans.
Yeah.
Knew that
that's
was
right.
coming.
Yeah. You're correct on that. That's
no choice.
BDS full retard.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what happened recently. If you're not a member of the Facebook group, you might not know. But about a year and a half ago, when I started VonAllen Sports and the Montana versus Brady documentary was getting some traction and the Brady song and stuff, there was a guy who started a Patriots group. And, he asked for us if we wanted to help promote it. And so I added people and sent my people and told them about it too. And recently he kicked me out of the group. So that created a whole back and forth thing. It was a crazy situation, but I documented everything. And that is going to be the centerpiece of the episode, but there's other things too. I've been kicked out of other groups too. So all of those things combined, and what I've focused on what Patriots fans have said recently. Do you know what the fad is this week?
What?
This week, what I've been seeing is they're trying to rewrite who should have been Super Bowl MVP. They're now
what
trying to
Super
take
Bowl?
away Brady's MVPs, Super Bowl MVP.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my lord.
I'm not joking.
Well, we
That's
can't,
wild.
But
No,
Okay.
but I mean they're just trying to say that
that it's less than.
Yeah. Tom shouldn't have been MVP. It should have been this guy, and they're doing that now. I mean, they are trying to literally break down. They're trying to make it to where it's like he wasn't even important now. It's the most pathetic, saddest thing I've ever seen. Honestly.
I want to believe that the worst. I mean, every fan base has their really awful fans. I just want to believe that the worst among us, they haven't had anything to talk about for the last 2 decades, and now they're finally getting a chance to say something, to complain about something, or to try to rewrite history. I hope that's the case. That it's just now the stupidest among us are just speaking up.
Or it's just a loud minority of people on social media who are just repetitive in what they want to say now. Especially since there really isn't that much more to say. So just talk about Brady.
I mean, I've
actually seen more Pats fans complain about Belichick, though.
Well, here's the thing. I would say to those fans, like, if you truly believe Brady was not that important, then we better keep winning. We better just keep on winning Super Bowls, because if he's not that important, shouldn't be a problem. We'll see.
Well, to back up my episode, I wanted to make sure that I was right about what I was looking at. So I kept track of the amount of comments that were against Brady and the amount of comments that were for Brady. And in these groups, the overwhelming majority is anti-Brady.
That doesn't surprise me.
Okay, so I can only go by the percentages of what's in the group. Doesn't mean that's the percentage of all Patriots fandom. But here's what I've basically come to the conclusion of. Patriots fans who are not from New England are more likely to support Tom. The ones who are from New England are more likely to be against him. That's not an exact science, but I've noticed that's kind of the pattern, basically.
Yeah. The problem with it is if we go 9-7 with Stidham, I hope we do, because that would have landed us the 7th spot for the playoffs, or we would hear, okay, see, if Edelman was a year younger, if we started Stidham last year, we would have won more games. Then this will go on for a few months.
I actually hope we lose a lot of games this year, just so we can get a better draft pick for next year. Honestly, it's like I don't expect us to win this year.
Zach, you're a Cowboys fan, right?
I am also very much a Patriots fan.
Okay, but all I hear is this is our year. The Cowboys will win. Okay, I hear it every year. But
that's their slogan.
Listen, do you realize that's the reason why I've stayed off all things social media?
Okay.
I'm tired of hearing this is our year. It's never our year.
The Boston Red Sox said that for over 80 years before they finally had their year.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going through that.
The Cubs said that for 105 years.
Yeah.
We have a $5 super chat.
Again.
We have a super chat.
The Cubs fans never struck me as hopeful.
We have a $5 super chat from John Thomas Chavez. He says, to be honest, Brady was more deserving of his Super Bowl MVPs than Mahomes was of his.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's not really saying much.
There's two times
why Mahomes got it.
There's two times in recent memory where I am absolutely certain the Super Bowl MVP was given as a
courtesy.
Yeah, exactly, kind of like that. It was
by default.
Peyton Manning when the Colts beat the Bears, and Mahomes last year. I think that's two times in recent memory that I can remember that it was very obvious. Like Peyton Manning's Super Bowl MVP, that was a career achievement gift, is what that was.
Mm-hmm. Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yeah. And with Mahomes, I don't know.
You could get it to a running back.
I think for Mahomes, him getting the MVP was, I think that's their way of hoping they can pass the baton to a new great quarterback.
Yeah.
I think he was inevitably going to get it if they won.
Yeah, because they wanted to finally say, hey, this guy won MVP and Super Bowl MVP. That's never done before until now. He didn't
win. Well, he didn't win MVP this year though.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but he won. Didn't Kurt Warner won MVP in his first season and Super Bowl MVP in his second?
No, Warner
No.
won both at the same.
Kurt did it all in the
won
same year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Warner's the
Kurt,
last guy to do it both.
Kurt is actually a better quarterback than Mahomes. Okay.
Well, then he's better than Brady too. Damn.
If we go with that narrative.
Yes. You're not factoring.
Kurt Warner's the best QB of all time, obviously.
I have high regard for Kurt Warner. He's
Right.
He's so unappreciated in sports media.
Well, Kurt Warner's a lot like Sandy Koufax was in baseball. His stint was short, but incredibly effective. I mean, he really had a very similar career arc to someone like Sandy Koufax.
Yeah, Salama Pizza's right. Right. They can't give Brady the Super Bowl MVP in Super Bowl 53, but they give it to Mahomes.
Yeah. I mean, granted, Brady didn't deserve it for 53.
Right.
I mean, but Mahomes, there was at least two guys who could have picked over him.
And that right there is one thing I will say about the Patriots fans is that we all agreed Tom didn't deserve it. We all agreed.
Right.
Now, where we
We
disagree,
could argue the Eagles one though.
okay, but
I could argue that one.
with Mahomes, every Chiefs fan said Mahomes deserved that, and I'm like, dude, no, okay.
No.
But with where we argued on Super Bowl 53 was, I think Stephon Gilmore was the
Same.
MVP. But like I've said, I've got no problems with Edelman getting it. But
No.
his all those stats he got never translated to points. It never translated to anything of substance really that much. But Gilmore had game-changing plays and basically not just Gilmore himself, but giving him the MVP would have represented the defense as a whole.
Yes.
And that would have made more sense to me. But whatever.
I thought they were going to give it to Gronk for the last play if that scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
I was off with the year. I think Brady would have. I don't understand why Brady didn't got the MVP against the Eagles, because his quarterback, his play was better than Foles. He just didn't win. But
Because he didn't win. It's simply because.
But he was the most valuable player of that game.
Well, he definitely was. I mean, I don't think there's any debate about that. But they're not going to give it to somebody who loses. You can honestly argue Brady is the MVP of both times we played the Eagles. I'm just not going to
talk about the first time.
I'm not going to complain about that one because Deion Branch, also a Louisville guy. But I actually do think Brady deserved that MVP too, if I'm being honest. But yeah, the one against the Eagles more recently, he definitely was the best player on the field by far and the most valuable, but they lost. So.
But wasn't it the same? Didn't Deion Branch have a lot of catches? This is why he got the MVP.
Branch played fantastic.
Yeah.
He played a fantastic game.
I think that's why he got the MVP, because he had a lot of catches and bunches.
If you were going to give it to someone other than Brady, definitely Deion Branch. But Brady was more valuable than Branch. It's just Branch was his most valuable weapon that game.
Yeah.
Here's what I think. Okay, so that Eagles Super Bowl, that was Tom's MVP, okay? But if you wanted to make an argument, you could say that Ty Law was the MVP of Super Bowl 36.
36.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so think about that.
I support that argument.
He picked sixth, not just
Kurt Warner. And it was the surf?
It was Kurt Warner at the height of his power, okay?
Yeah.
At the height of it, the very peak. This isn't a waning.
And wasn't that on was that pick in the red zone possible? I mean, wasn't that a fairly long pick six too?
Oh, yeah.
They were on the 30.
Yeah.
So if they had handed that to Ty Law, I would have been like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
the longest pick six in the Super Bowl belongs to James Harrison against the Cards.
Oh God, don't remind me. Against
Kurt
Warner.
I was in the red zone, so 20 yards in. So I mean, yeah, obviously Harrison.
Again.
But what I'm saying is, it's just funny how these MVPs are given out, because the fans usually have a better eye for this than the journalists do.
Okay, no, it was just a 47-yard.
Or whoever does it.
It was just
That's a long pick six, dude. Especially.
It is a long
one.
Yeah.
They weren't on the verge of scoring.
I believe the MVP. I'm not sure. I believe the MVP voting is separated, so I think it's like 30% fans and like 40% media and whatever else. So
yeah, that's
I think
what
they
I was
have a lot.
But I don't think that as fans, I don't think ours is a big factor. I think it's a very small
Yeah,
percentage.
ours is very small, which is sad because we know tons more. But
We seem to know more about who deserves
and we have
it.
and we have we have our biases. But if we're watching a game and our team's not in it, it's easier to not be biased. But
I don't think fans should have any part in this whatsoever. I hate that fans get a vote in this. I think it's stupid.
The Ravens, when the Ravens beat the 49ers, they gave it to Flacco. I was like, okay, but they could have given it
Ray
to
Lewis?
Jacoby Jones, and I would have said, okay.
They could have given it to Ray Lewis.
It's just, but I didn't have a problem with it. But there's some that are just obvious, and there's some that are like, what the hell? What? Why did that guy get those? Some argue. I mean, look at the Super Bowl 42. I don't think Eli was the MVP of that Super Bowl.
Yeah,
No,
he
it was
was.
the defense.
Yeah, he won both.
Strahan,
He won.
etc.
Oh no, you're saying who should have been?
No, yeah. I don't think he was the MVP of that game. Like
No, definitely not.
anybody on the
Anytime.
defense, anybody.
The front seven. The front
Yes.
seven won then the game.
So that was pretty messed up.
But speaking of Joe Flacco, I recently got in an argument with a 49ers fan who said Montana is 4 for 4 and he knows how to put it in the end zone and Brady don't because he lost 3. And then I said, okay, he just got to 9, and so Brady knows how to put it in the end zone more than Montana. And then he says, okay, I'm only talking about Super Bowls.
But
And wait. And then, okay, then I give you the 4 for 4. But with your argument, you say Joe Flacco is better than Dan Marino because Joe Flacco is 1-0 and Marino lost the Super Bowl. And he said, no way Flacco is better than Dan Marino. But it was his argument and his logic.
he was arguing two different things.
And not only is Flacco a Super Bowl winner, but he was MVP.
Yeah.
And that's something
How
Brett
could he-
Favre doesn't even have.
How could he possibly say that Brady doesn't put it in the end zone in the Super Bowl? He put it in the end zone 4 times against the Legion of Boom,
Yeah.
Four
which was probably one of the best defenses of the last 20 years.
But then
I don't understand it.
Brady relied on his defense and the kicker in that game because Adam Vinatieri with his
Okay.
field goals, and then I said the kicker just went to the 40-yard line from himself.
You know what's really funny is the 2 Super Bowls that Vinatieri won with kicks. He made 1 field goal in both games.
Exactly.
I think he made 2 again. I think did he make 2 against the Rams?
That was
Yeah,
so
it's funny you mentioned that because we played Super Bowl 39 last night or Friday night. Well,
It's
yeah.
Carolina. He went 1
He
for
missed
3.
2. Yeah,
He missed.
exactly.
1 for 3.
And
Listen, Tom Brady,
who could have-
it should have ended up being a convincing defeat over Carolina. That should have been a convincing defeat.
Yeah.
And it ended up
His
being a
defense let him
shootout
down.
because of missed
I
kicks.
just
Yeah.
can get it in my head how after that first half both defenses just stopped playing defense and it was all offense.
To me, it's even more baffling how bad. I mean, because if you look at the first quarter and the third quarter, nobody allows any points. But Brady typically was scoring on long, sustained drives, just kind of chipping away at them, giving our defense
Carolina
rest.
gets
And
long.
then when Carolina would come out there and just score in the flash, and it's like, what's happening?
Yeah, Steve
why-
Smith and Muhammad
like you-
just running long passes.
Yeah, it's like if our defense was allowed to rest, we weren't going to play well for some reason.
Hey, we got new super chats, guys.
Booyah.
It's cool to have them late in the show like this. $5 from Addy, even though we've been killing his Browns tonight. He says, fun fact, Kurt Warner is the only quarterback to go undrafted and win the Super Bowl.
Oh, nice.
Is that so? Huh.
Yeah, he comes from the NFL Europe. Good times.
That could have been a good question for me to use.
That's a really good one.
Huh.
Yeah.
But now we all know
That's
the
cool.
answer.
Addy? I
Only
thought,
the people who watch this.
yeah, I thought there was another one, but no, that would have been just there's been quarterbacks to make it to a Super Bowl and play in a Super Bowl has been undrafted, but not win it. You're right. Wow. If Kurt, I don't know, if Kurt was just,
Kurt should have get 2. The Arizona Super Bowl against the Steelers.
I know,
He was
I know.
screwed over.
Yeah, that sucked. Thank you so
That
much,
was really
Addy. You're
hard,
awesome,
man.
man. Trav, what's up, man? How you doing, Travis? And don't forget, guys, if you didn't remember that Travis wrote a book recently. He says a $5 super chat. He said, had to work. Sorry to miss the show. Shaq, I love you, brother. And Vaughn, you're the man. Thanks, Travis.
Thanks, Trav.
Imagine that Cardinals Super Bowl was against the Pats, and the Cardinals were screwed over. Oh my God.
Wait, what?
Like what?
He said Cardinals and Pats?
He's saying that Cardinals Super Bowl where they lost to the Steelers, if that was the Patriots who had won in that fashion against the Cardinals, imagine what people would think.
Oh, well,
gosh.
yeah, true. Yeah. If they won by a last minute toe tapping touchdown.
And that's the funny thing is, there are people who look at the toe tap touchdown and say that's not a touchdown, and there's some replays that show maybe it wasn't, but most people agree it was. If it were the Patriots, definitely not a touchdown.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's not a touchdown.
And then we
Even
get to
though
the
we
Phillies
can argue
Super
some
Bowl
of these
3
plays aren't
years
legal.
ago. There were 2 touchdowns that weren't touchdowns. Nobody ever mentioned it.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I
and
know.
the NFL changed the catch rules before the Philly Super Bowl. That they have admitted that much. They changed the catch rules just before the Super Bowl.
It's ridiculous, man.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's disgusting. By the way, Shaq, going back to what you were saying earlier, the Legion of Boom is the best defense since the Baltimore Ravens.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
you said maybe, and I'm saying no, they are. They are.
Well, and forget just the team, but that team, like the year before 2013, that team might have been the best team of the 2010s, period. That Seattle team was outstanding, and they were loaded.
Imagine if that team was quarterbacked by right now's Russell Wilson.
Oh
Wow.
my gosh.
Dynasty.
Oh my gosh.
Dynasty.
Yeah, they would have. Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of scary, huh?
Thank God
Yeah.
he was still developing.
Russell Wilson's still one of the top 4 quarterbacks we have in the NFL right now.
I think he's top
I
2.
say top 2. Yeah. He
Him
might be
and
the-
Mahomes. To me, him and Mahomes are 1 and 2.
I have him number 1.
I think that's understandable. Mahomes Mahomes has a lot of weapons, and that Russell Wilson doesn't. So if you transplant one for the other on their respective teams, Russell Wilson would probably be just as good as Mahomes.
All right.
I
Look what
personally,
Mahomes without Tyreek this year.
I mean,
Just this season, there was like 4 games where Tyreek Hill didn't play. If you check his stats, he wasn't all that impressive.
I mean, his stats went down his first year when what was it? His running back went down. His stats went down a little bit.
Kareem.
Yeah, Kareem Hunt. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Didn't
the year
Mahomes
he
get
relied-
hurt this year?
Yeah,
Yeah.
He got hurt.
And by the way, Matt Moore won a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
System
But
quarterback.
that's, no.
System
No,
quarterback.
it's not system quarterback. But I
don't
couldn't
know.
understand the
I don't know about that one.
unanimous MVP for Lamar Jackson. I had Russell Wilson in it.
Dude, that
I
was
think
that was
Lamar ultimately
specifically
did deserve it, but he shouldn't have been unanimous.
Unanimous.
I-
Yeah.
No, no, okay,
Unanimous,
no. Lamar is MVP.
Russell Wilson deserved.
but unanimous
Yeah.
bullshit. That
Hell
was so Tom is not the only unanimous ever.
Yeah.
But to be quite honest with you, there's been others who deserved unanimous MVP. So Tom should have got it in 2007.
Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous.
Peyton Manning easily should have got it in
14?
2013. Okay.
Yep.
Who the hell did you vote for in 2013 other than Peyton Manning? I mean,
I don't know.
what were you thinking? What could you possibly? Who could you have possibly voted for? Like, I'm sure we could pull it up and find the
I'm looking
Thomas
right now.
DeSantis.
place, but
I'm looking now.
But I couldn't understand it. I thought Russell Wilson had a better season than Lamar, because if you imagine the weapons,
Actually, Tom Brady got the other
Yeah,
vote.
Brady got 1 vote.
Tom Brady got
it
one
was
vote.
Tom.
Okay.
Tom
Yeah.
got the other vote.
How?
How?
Jim Miller was the lone dissenter. He voted for Tom Brady.
I mean, I love that Tom got a vote, but Peyton was unanimous, man. 55 touchdowns, dude.
It might have been. It might have been because in the regular season, Tom beat him with that. I think that was the year they had that 24-0 comeback.
That comeback. Yep. Yep.
That might have been it.
But one game doesn't. Yeah. Okay. I'm out here.
And here's the thing. And Denver's record was only one game better than New England.
With more help too.
Way more help, yeah, definitely. So there is some logic to it, but I mean, generally you give the MVP to the best player, not necessarily the most valuable. So, I mean, Peyton still should have gotten it unanimously. I mean, I get the reasoning at least, but I don't agree with it. But on that same token, Russell Wilson should have gotten votes because it's the same argument that you can give Tom that you give.
What in the hell?
That's the dog from Eddie, I think.
Wow, that was frightening.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'm dog sitting, buddy. They were asleep a second ago. Now
thank you, Nightwalker. By the way, he just posted. Nightwalker posted in the chat section our VAS live channel. We're trying to get 1,000 subscribers over there so we can move the live show full time to that channel. So if you guys haven't subscribed, please go over there and do that. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I love that. That's funny that Tom ruined Peyton's unanimous season. You know, Brett Favre is the one that messed up Tom's 2007. So
yeah, now that one has far less logic.
The 2007 Tom Brady season is the greatest season by a player in NFL history.
Yes.
That's not my opinion. That's even though it's 5 touchdowns less, it's everything around it. So the product of that is what that equals, is the best, greatest season of all time. And
now he got 2 Pro Bowl wide receivers.
And he's got 2. And one of them is elite. Like elite, not just Pro Bowl, but elite. So
I'm happy to see Brady and Evans.
We need a VonAllen Sports Fantasy League. I'm really curious to see who's gonna go after Brady first. and all the Bucks receivers.
I'll say this: I'm looking at Brady's stats for 2013. He did not deserve a vote. He definitely did not deserve a vote.
He had 30 less touchdowns and
30 less touchdowns. He had 11 interceptions, 25 touchdowns. His completion percentage was actually only 60.5%. That is among his worst. That's actually among his worst.
I remember 2013. Oh, you know why?
2013 he had a rough amount. I mean,
that was the year he was throwing to Aaron Dobson. He was throwing to Kimbrell Tompkins and people like that. That's why they did it, because he made that happen. You remember that game against the Saints?
Oh yeah, the Kimbrell Tompkins game. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that was
a nice game.
The comeback against the Browns.
Yeah.
I want to say that was Amendola's first year with New England too. Granted, he wasn't as good as he became, but yeah,
Gronk got hurt in the Browns game.
That was the year they had
the
Michael
other side was arrested, I think, at the start of the season. So no tight ends.
Well, they had Michael Hoanawanui.
Yeah. Okay.
Who?
Yeah, exactly.
Who man? Who man?
Yeah, Who man was there that year. I mean, didn't mean anything, but he was there.
All right, well.
Where's the beef? Nightwalker. Where's the beef?
He didn't catch,
Show ponies.
He didn't catch a touchdown.
Show ponies. Where's the beef? Unicorns.
Brady's his touchdown leader in terms of receivers that year was Edelman. He caught 6.
Wow.
That's sad. That is sad.
Yeah, but he had nothing to work with.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that was his best receiver that year. Was Edelman caught 6 touchdowns. That's it. Even Gronk only caught 4 that year. Of course, Gronk only played half. He played less than half that season.
Your slot receiver should never be the best offensive player on your team.
He had 105 catches for 1,056 yards. And that was the only player on that team that had more than 633 receiving yards. That was the second best receiver. That's pretty bad.
Brutal.
That's brutal. And Edelman was only just over 1,000. He had 1,056.
Luke has an interesting take here. He said Brady actually had a 6-game stretch during 2013 when he averaged over 350 yards a game.
Yeah.
With that receiving core, congrats, man.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now Brady,
now I
in
get
terms
the
of
one vote.
passing yards, let me think. Let me see. Like Brady actually had 4,343 yards passing. That's pretty good. It's
Reminds
just
me of last season.
a lot like last season. You could argue it was worse that in 2013.
Bad receiving
Yeah, it
core,
was a lot
over,
worse. Yeah.
over 4,000 yards.
Yeah.
Well, I remember we would compare 2013 as one of the worst years of a group. We
Well,
used-
and here's
we-
the
we
other
u-
really
we used
bad
to
stat.
compare.
Brady was sacked on 6% of his dropbacks in 2013. That's high. 6% is high.
We used to compare 2013 to 2006, so we'd refer to that as, oh, you remember in 2006? That's what this is. And now it's 2019 is seen that way. 2019 is the absolute worst group he's ever played with. Worse than 2013, worse than 2006. It is the absolute god-awful worst.
Though I would argue Brady's O-line in 2013 was worse. They gave up 40 sacks on Brady.
I mean, collectively.
Yeah, collectively. Yeah, you're right. Collectively,
the whole
Offense was
thing.
awful.
Yeah.
I didn't know Brady had ever been sacked 40 times in a season.
2013 was rough.
He's second in
2013.
sacks. He's second in
I knew.
sacks.
Yeah, I knew all time he had accumulated a lot of sacks, but I didn't know he had a season where he got sacked 40 times.
I think
That's a lot.
Brett Favre is.
That's where Aaron's video of Brady's toughness comes into play, because people always say that argument, oh, Brady's a pussy, oh, he's weak, oh, he doesn't take a hit.
He's been sacked. Brady has been sacked exactly 500 times now. Ben Roethlisberger is actually third. He's been sacked 503.
The signature play, I think, when somebody says Brady doesn't take a hit good, is when a Bills player knocked him out and his helm flew off. He just stands up, shook it off, helm back on, into the huddle, next play, end of discussion.
If I'm not mistaken,
Dennis,
Brady, other than the ACL injury, the only time I can think of that Brady was ever taken out of a game for an injury was the AFC Championship game in 2001-2002, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
It was
my
Pittsburgh.
it was his ankle, yeah. But Dennis, on that play you're talking about against the Buffalo Bills, I am absolutely 100% certain he got a concussion on that play.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And he just won the game.
Yeah.
Again, against the Bills.
Dude, that
One of
collision.
my favorite
That
statistics.
collision was. Dude, that was a car wreck. That was what that was.
Yeah.
That was getting punched in the face by your airbag in a car. You know. See, they compare the airbag is equivalent of getting punched by Mike Tyson or something along those lines. And I think that is probably what Brady experienced. That was definitely a concussion level hit. So it's crazy.
But still, Brady is the number one quarterback with wins in Buffalo after, and the second is Bledsoe, I think. Nice.
That's pretty funny, huh?
Yeah.
You're really, I mean, are you talking about just opposing quarterbacks or quarterbacks in general?
No. Quarterbacks in the last 20 years with wins in the Buffalo Stadium. Tom Brady is number one, and after that, Drew Bledsoe, and Bledsoe actually played for the Bills.
Exactly. Yeah.
Think about
I was
that.
like, I
Tom
didn't know if
Brady
that was
has
an all-time
more
thing, but-
wins than a Bills quarterback who plays 16 games a year, or 8 games a year. That is utterly awesome for Tom, but pathetic for Buffalo.
Well, I mean, I brought this stat up a week or so ago that Tom Brady has less than 50 fewer wins than Tampa Bay all time.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that.
It's something like 42, 43 fewer wins. I mean, at least Tampa Bay can't get further behind. But can't get, like, that margin will close. But yeah, Tampa Bay has less than 50 fewer wins or 50 more wins than Brady.
You want to know
Crazy.
what? I think Tom will play next year, guaranteed. What I
Oh,
mean
yeah, I
is
think
in
so.
2021, because he's gonna want to beat every team,
Lena, that's my spot.
and so he's gonna want to beat New England. So if he beats New England,
Yeah.
then he has beaten every NFL team, and the only other guy to do that, I believe, is Favre, right? So
I think so. Well, and Brady. Now this is a long shot, but if Brady wins 2 consecutive Super Bowls with Tampa Bay, very unlikely, but if he did, he would have more Super Bowls than every franchise. Every franchise.
he just needs one.
Right. You have 8.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I mean in terms of I think it was like appearances. He'd bend to more. Yeah, he'll pass every franchise with 1, and he'll pass on appearances. I think with 2.
Right.
won't he?
He'll need to pass up New England, which is 11. He'll need 3.
Yeah.
He'll need
Oh,
3
okay,
appearances.
3,
Yeah.
yeah.
He
Okay.
can tie it. He can tie it with 2
How
appearances.
many wins does Tom Brady
He
have?
can tie. Yeah, he can tie.
So,
Do what?
How many wins does Tom Brady have?
6. So if he wins
No,
1,
wins, not Super Bowl wins. I
Games.
know that. Games.
games. Hang on. His regular season wins is 219.
Nice.
And if you include playoffs, I think it's 249.
Yeah. So he got alone more wins than the Houston Texans, Jacksonville Jaguars, Carolina Panthers, and Baltimore Ravens.
Which, I mean, to me, it's like as impressive as that is, they haven't been around as long, but whereas Tampa Bay's been around a decent amount of time. I mean, they're one of the younger franchises, but they have been around a while. Because they're actually, I think Tampa Bay might be, of those teams, I think they're the losingest franchise once you get rid of those younger teams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think overall they have the lowest winning percentage. Period.
that's pathetic.
Maybe that's the reason why he went there. To make them a Super Bowl contender and a winning team. Just prove everyone wrong.
Like, I can take a dumpster fire and turn it into a champion.
Well, see, Peyton, when he joined Denver, while it was impressive, clearly Peyton was the difference maker. But Denver is a good organization. It's a stable organization. But Tom went to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay. Okay? They have not been into the playoffs since they won the Super Bowl, which was a freak year, a freak of nature kind of thing. And ever since then, it's been nothing but garbage. Just awful.
And they shouldn't have won that Super Bowl, but they didn't change the offensive plays, I think. So
Yeah. By
the
all,
head
by,
coach
by
of
all
the Buccaneers
rights.
just know
Exactly.
what would happen.
But at the same time, I don't hold that against Gruden. That's the Raiders' fault. But
yeah, that's the Raiders' fault.
yeah.
That Tampa Bay team was a good team, though. That was a good team.
That's what I'm saying. I don't take anything away from them. I'm just saying though that it's not like they were a good organization running for 3 or 4 years or something like that. It wasn't like that. It was just one year, boom, they were good, and then that's it. But this Tampa Bay organization is, for the most part, junk, and he's going in, and honestly, because if people didn't hate Brady so much, then I think him just winning the division and getting them to a NFC Championship game should be seen as a huge success, massive success.
Oh yeah.
But that won't.
I mean, I'm gonna
enough.
see it as that either way.
That won't be enough for everybody else. Like, everyone always credits Montana for getting to the AFC Championship game with the Chiefs. Even I do. I credit him for that. But Tom won't get that same respect. Tom has to win the Super Bowl for him to get that kind of thing. And then, even then, there's going to be like guys like Max who are going to say, well, Tom had a stacked team. They're already building the excuse in right now. They're already doing it right now in case he does win. So they're already planting that in people's heads right this second.
And nobody was talking that the Buccaneers would be a Super Bowl contender this season, and then Brady went there, and all of a sudden they are Super Bowl contenders.
And
now
all of a
it's
sudden,
because-
Dennis, anyone would have made him that.
Yeah, you'll see this in the episode that I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Tampa Bay wasn't just not Super Bowl contenders. They were one of the worst odds. One of the worst. They went from up here. It was something crazy, like in the 13,000s. All right. All the way down to top 3.
Do you all know that Super Bowl, that 2000, the Super Bowl 36, that's the last Super Bowl to be played in January and without a bye week?
Yeah.
Huh.
Nice.
Really?
Which one?
But
2001?
I think we got this
2002.
question last
2002?
Jeopardy.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Never mind.
I don't remember that.
Wait, I asked that question last time?
I think you asked that question last time,
No way.
and nobody could answer it.
Oh.
Really, I don't remember that one. All right, keep
What was
the
it?
conversation
The red
going,
shirt.
guys. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Like there are some people who say the bye week for the Super Bowl is pointless.
Nah.
I mean,
it's
extra
for
week
the
of
NFL.
preparation, but
I mean, I
Yeah,
hate it.
Pro Bowl.
I hate going an extra week without football. It's too much.
You have
But
football, the Pro Bowl.
no, the Pro Bowl's not actual.
no, we don't. That doesn't count.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, but
Pro
if you
Bowl
think
is-
about it, all the pre-bye week
Huge
Super
challenge.
Bowls,
Back.
all the
Man,
pre-bye
those
week
are fun.
Super Bowls, like they have like very sloppy play, even
Yeah.
the close games.
Yeah.
The bye week is actually good, but I
I
just
think it's
hate
good
it.
if you have an older team. It's especially good if you have an older team. And it's good. I mean, it's good to give them rest and everything. So, but as a fan, in my own selfish mind, I don't like waiting an extra week.
I just hate that they won't play a Super Bowl in a stadium with no roof and cold weather conditions.
Well, they did that recently. It just turned out it wasn't that cold of a day. They played in New York or something like that, fairly recently.
Yeah,
Hang on.
that was just a
Just-
mess. That was 2011. No, it was more recently. 13.
I want
Yeah.
them to play in Fox. That's what I'm waiting for.
I would like.
They played at MetLife. They played at MetLife. The Seattle-Denver Super Bowl.
13. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The conditions were fine. It was just the game was a blowout. I mean,
Yeah.
it was,
Yeah.
it was
But,
brutal. But yeah, they
But
played that.
I remember that day living up here because it was snowing like that almost that whole week. But
just
it was
imagine
perfect that day.
Super Bowl in Gillette Stadium
I know. That's what I want to see.
in February.
That'll never
'Cause
happen.
I can get tickets for that.
That'll
Yeah.
never happen.
Yeah, I know, because you have 6 feet snow.
Like
Yeah.
at the
Hey,
Super
we don't
Bowl
get 6 feet of
48,
snow every year. It's every other year.
like Super Bowl 48, it says the kickoff temperature was like 49 degrees, so it wasn't that bad. The high was 55. So, I mean, that's
For New
not
York,
that,
that's warm.
yeah. For February, that's nothing. There's nothing. That's easy.
I mean, New Orleans actually has the record for coldest Super Bowl play at like 39 degrees.
Like 49 degrees that's summer in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Or like 39
Or in
degrees.
Boston in February.
Yeah, I gotta be real careful now.
Because of your dogs.
Yeah, I'm watching my buddy's dog. He's got 3 dogs,
Okay.
and they go off on the smallest thing.
Oh, I just need to move my PS controller so that my PlayStation doesn't get in sleeping mode.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna dip because my phone's at like 2% now, so I
All
can
right.
actually. Thanks for having me on and stuff. It was fun, but
Yeah,
my
have a
phone's
good
about
one.
to die. You too.
Please, no. Please, no. Lay back down.
Oh, Aaron. You changed.
I don't.
I just took my jacket off.
Going casual. Oh,
Yeah.
Lena, no, please.
Shaq leave again?
Okay,
Yeah. Oh, Oh, Zach's gone.
Oh, Luke got an interesting point in the chat. He says Manning got lucky with the weather conditions the entire 2013 playoffs run and still got destroyed.
Yep.
Heck, his whole team got destroyed in that game.
He's a bad weather quarterback.
Okay, thank God.
I mean, he's played good in some bad weather games, but yeah, generally.
But it's the wind. It's the wind that kills him. Yeah.
Yeah, wind is like never good for him. I mean, he was a dome quarterback for most of his career. And he played college at Tennessee. Tennessee is not exactly windy, so it's something he wasn't all that used to. I mean, and really Denver, even though it's cold, Denver's not typically all that windy as far as I know. I mean, it can be, I guess, but it didn't seem like that was ever an issue for him. So maybe he was fortunate when he was there with their weather. I don't know.
Thank you.
Well, I think we have to give Peyton some credit. I mean, the whole thing was he couldn't win outdoors, but then he goes and plays in Denver. So
yeah. Oh, I give Peyton a ton of credit. I'm one of the few people who like Manning more than Montana. I like him more. I mean, as far as I think he's a better quarterback. He's not as good at the playoffs.
All one and done's, but he's a better quarterback overall. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with most. I mean, I agree with everyone. Yes, Montana was better in the playoffs, but I think Manning overall was better. Manning was hindered by playing against Tom Brady a lot.
Was Montana better in the playoffs?
I mean, record-wise.
Montana had 4 runs. That was it. He had one and dones. He was benched for playing very bad.
I don't ever remember Peyton Manning being benched, and I don't remember Peyton Manning being blown out in the playoff game.
Yeah, he was benched for not
Except for the
in the
Super Bowl.
playoffs, but he was
benched and like I said, Manning had a true rival in his conference, and a rival that was better than him. Montana's not known to have any real rival AFC or NFC during his time that he played on any kind of regular basis.
Well, the other quarterbacks were all AFC. So Warren Moon was in the AFC. Boomer Esiason, who was the MVP, was in the AFC. Ken Anderson was the AFC. Dan Marino, John Elway. He lost to Phil Simms and what's his face? Mark Rippon and Jeff Hostetler and people like that. Okay? It's just... what am I doing? I'm trying to make Joe sound bad. I don't know why I'm doing that, but...
We're just trying to give people
Joe's
a more
awesome.
Realistic picture.
Yeah.
It's just a more realistic picture. I mean, it's people want to act like he's flawless because he went 4-0, and it's like, well, he was great in those years, but.
Well, and what I hate is that they make it sound like he was perfect in those games, and I showed in that Montana versus Brady that he threw a pick. He threw a pick, and that pick would have lost them the game probably.
Oh yeah,
and
almost certainly
that guy just dropped it. He just dropped it. But so Joe made the mistake. He made the mistake, and so he's not perfect. So
yeah, and then
and he, like Brady, was not great in his first Super Bowl.
Yeah. Muggins just posted the defensive play from the 49ers after the catch 10 seconds after that. The horse collar tackle that saved them the game. But Montana never relied on his defense.
Exactly. That Cowboy, he was gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex Payne's got a good point. He says NFC teams of that day had great defenses. That's true. And he said those AFC quarterbacks got destroyed. When the Super Bowl came along, those AFC teams were just outmatched. A lot of times people would say that the real Super Bowl would be the NFC Championship game. I know that was a thing that people would say for a while, especially when I was younger. In the early 90s, that was definitely a saying. So it's like whoever won the NFC Championship, you were going to win the Super Bowl. Like it was done deal, you know. So
anytime anyone says that Montana didn't rely on his defense, like the worst defensive performance that he ever dealt with was 21 points by his defense. That's the most points anyone scored against the 49ers when he was their quarterback in the Super Bowl. 21 points.
21 points.
People also have to understand that
no other game did another team cross 20.
There was no salary cap, and Eddie DeBartolo Jr. was willing to spend.
Hall of Famers.
Okay.
Yeah. Hall of Famers all over the place.
Yeah, Denver scored 10, Cincinnati scored 16, Miami scored 16, and then the most recent one, the Bengals scored 21.
Wow.
Oh no, that wasn't the most recent one. That was 1982 one. So that's the only one where the defense, didn't completely smash the opposing team.
Wow. And the Pats defense allowed 23 against the Giants.
And how much against the Eagles? How much against the Falcons, the Panthers? I mean, that's those aren't great
against the Falcons. They allowed only 21.
Well, I'm at the second time.
One is on Brady, the pick six.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, the Falcons. Okay, yeah, the Falcons. But I mean, the Eagles Super Bowls, all that. I mean, those aren't great defensive performances.
All right, guys, I think I'm going to wrap this up for tonight. So.
All right.
It's been
Sounds good.
4.5 hours.
Had a lot of fun tonight.
Great show tonight. I was, happy to do tonight's show. I just wanted it'd be fun to talk with you guys and talk football, and this has made my night. I'm definitely in a good mood right now. So, thank you guys so much, and I guess we'll see each other soon. So,
all right.
Have a good week, guys.
Have a good day.
Thank you for everything.
Have a good one.
Thank you for all your super chats and your support, guys. You're awesome. Talk to y'all later.
Bye.
See ya.